I would like to welcome all members and guests to the January 14th, 2025 Council and Committee meeting. I will remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. Please ensure that your phones are on silent mode. For those attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. When called upon to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself. For staff in attendance, please use the Microsoft Teams raise hand feature to be called upon to remove it after speaking. With that, I will call the January 14th, 2025 committee meeting to order. It would appear all members are present with Councillor Michele virtually am I right? Yes, okay. We have a few changes to the agenda, and I'll ask the clerk to cover them for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have a total of 4 proposed changes to the agenda today. We're moving the late closed session 13.1, insurance claims and litigation, to early close from late. Mr. Anderson can't join us as a delegation. He's asked to be removed. We're adding 1 late closed session item pending litigation, a verbal report from the Chief Administrative Officer, and another pending litigation verbal report from the Chief Administrative Officer, both pursuant to Section 239(2)E of the Municipal Act as amended, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or a local board. So we'd need a motion with a 2/3 vote to make those changes to the agenda.
I have a mover, Councillor Vanden Riche, Councillor Huffman. Those in favor? And that is carried. The committee will now enter into session at 1:02, pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, Section 239(2)C and E, to discuss matters pertaining to C, proposed or pending acquisition or disputation of land by the municipality or local board, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. Okay. All those in favor? And that is carried.
Advise the public we're going into closed session.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the Planning Department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment, and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1. The change is minor. 2. The development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3. The change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4. The change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before Council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation / Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing / Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, Council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to Council Chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to Council Chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to Council Chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for Council to call your name when it's time to present. When Council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, through the mayor. If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, through the chair. Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, through the mayor, or through the chair to councillor, and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind the scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind the scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our pictures
whose support helps.
Okay, are we ready? Everybody? May I have a motion to reconvene at 1:29 p.m. Wrong in the name. Moved by Councillor Very, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? That's carried. We missed out on pecuniary interests. Is there any pecuniary interests on any of the issues in the agenda? Seeing none? Okay. All right, I'll ask the clerk to read the motions from in camera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So council dealt with committee dealt with 2 items in camera. We need a motion to receive the litigation on insurance and an insurance update for information. And we need a motion that staff will provide a direction on the pending acquisition or disposal of property. So we could combine those in one motion if we like, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Councillor Duthie, seconder. Councillor Very, all those in favor? That's carried. Okay, we're on to consent items. We have one consent item today. Minor zoning bylaw amendments. Is there anybody, nothing? Okay, somebody to move that motion. Moved by Councillor Vanden Riese, seconded by Mayor Martin. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay, we're on to deputations. We have one scheduled deputation today. Committee may accept the deputation for information after the speaker concludes. Committee may also direct staff by resolution to bring back a report on any matter further to the discussion. So, Nancy, welcome. You're on deck. And I'll remind you, you have 5 minutes, and we'll let you know when you have a minute left, okay?
Okay, thank you all for having us today, and we have provided a video. Do you want to run it now? It's about 4.5 minutes. We want to take a look at that first?
Yes.
Just give us a second to tee it up.
Yeah.
Is it running?
Sorry, yes, Councillor Hoffman?
Excuse me, question, Chair. If the video is 4.5 minutes, that's their deputation.
That's correct.
Okay, just to make sure that you knew that.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
We were not allowed to speak about any financials, so tomorrow we'll be at the budget meeting.
Okay, awesome. Just wanted to make sure that you didn't do the video and then we're anticipating 5 minutes.
No, we understood that.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, yep. Just hopefully it runs okay. There we go.
The community cares about the Vittoria Town Hall and is highly engaged in helping to preserve it. This was evidenced by a petition with over 2,000 signatures to save the town hall, and by the large crowd who attended the November 2023 Engage Norfolk session. With accountability for past decisions and for the lack of maintenance that led the town hall to its current state of disrepair, we can find solutions together. There is a long-standing history of community engagement in Vittoria, where our foundation, other service organizations, and members of the community have worked in partnership with various levels of government to build and maintain community assets, such as the Thompson Memorial Park, the Community Center, and the Vittoria Town Hall. The Vittoria Town Hall holds a prominent place in Canadian history. In 1802, the historic Vittoria Town Square was deeded in trust for public uses of the District of Talbot. From 1815 to 1825, the courthouse, jail, and registry offices established the village as the capital of the London District of Upper Canada. For over 200 years, the people of Vittoria have shown amazing community spirit in support of one another and public initiatives. The first Vittoria Public Hall was built around 1862 through pledges from community members. And when it was destroyed by fire in 1870, the community rallied again to rebuild the town hall as soon as possible. The Vittoria and District Foundation is a registered Canadian charitable organization established in 1997 to help provide and maintain facilities and programs to enhance the quality of life for residents living in and around Vittoria. The foundation is an ongoing tribute to the accomplishments of the Vittoria Bicentennial Celebration in 1996. Since its creation, the foundation has fostered partnerships with several service organizations to complete significant local projects, such as past upgrades to the Vittoria Town Hall and the Vittoria and District Community Center. The foundation provides funding assistance to other registered charities,
along with the municipality of Norfolk County and local school boards as determined by the Foundation's Board of Directors. We award an annual post-secondary scholarship and provide assistance and sponsorship to dozens of community groups and organizations. The Foundation has also made significant contributions to the Norfolk General Hospital. To date, nearly $1 million has been raised and donated in direct support of the community. The Vittoria Town Hall purchase proposal is subject to our budget request, which will be discussed at the Budget Committee meeting on January 15. Our request is to proceed with option 3, nominal sale of hall parcel to local nonprofit, where Lamport Park would remain Norfolk County parkland, and a septic easement agreement would be provided. Our proposal also aligns with Norfolk County's strategic priority to foster and build partnerships with the community, and follows a precedent of congenial funding partnerships between Norfolk County and community organizations such as South Walsingham Hall, Waterford Old Town Hall, and Linwood Arts. Benefits of option 3 include the fact that the Foundation will be a responsible steward of this heritage property. Our community-minded group is passionate about the preservation of this historically important and valued community building as a functional facility for community use. As a charitable organization, the Foundation has access to local, provincial, and federal grant opportunities to assist with capital projects. For example, Ontario Trillium Foundation, Norfolk Community Foundation, Audrey S. Hilliard Charitable Foundation, and Government of Canada's Legacy Fund. Option 3 also ensures local access to the historically significant Town Hall building. It eliminates imminent and future capital funding requirements for the county, leaves minimal operating and maintenance for the parkland property, and no county operations are otherwise required. Both the Vittoria Town Hall and the nearby community center have complementary uses to serve the residents of Norfolk. There is an overwhelming need for the unique, affordable, quaint space that the Vittoria Town Hall offers. The Town Hall is unmatched in its charm, offering an intimate, right-sized, accessible venue. The support of dedicated community and generous donors who recognize the value of the building will help us succeed in our efforts to preserve the Town Hall. We must show that we care. If it disappears, so does a part of our heritage and community. We thank you for this opportunity to work together to save our Town Hall. To quote Councillor Van Passen's closing line from the CBC Still Standing episode featuring Vittoria, "We've got good people who work hard, and they just keep trying new things. And they find a way."
Okay, I think that's it.
That's it, Nancy?
Yes, so we have given all the councillors and the mayor the proposal and the memo, and I think it was Adam Very that asked for the list of the directors and our bylaws and all our timelines and everything, and I think I have another copy if they wanted to see the bylaws.
We have
and you've got it all?
Yeah.
So I guess that's it, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 to discuss the budgetary part.
Yeah, your video was a little longer than 4.5 minutes.
Uh-oh.
Anyways, any questions of council? Seeing none, can I have a motion to accept the deputation? Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Vanden Riesche. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate that.
Okay, next on the agenda, we will now receive staff report OPS 25006, Future of Victoria Old Town Hall Options Report, and Bill Cridlin will present that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To County Council, I will be brief. Staff report OPS 2506, Future of the Vittoria Old Town Hall Option Report. Council will remember staff presented this report in Q2 of 2024. Council decided at that meeting to defer the report till Q1 of 2025, as there seemed to be some confusion with the public and some interested groups on what options staff were offering. So since that meeting, staff have met with interested groups, and I believe that's what brought the vision today of the group, what they want to do with the hall. The only thing that has changed in the report, when talking to our finance folks, The original report had the funding source of debt issuing, and that's been changed now to facilities reserve. So this is just in the case that when County Council debates this report, if they want to go ahead with retaining ownership of the hall and repairing it, bringing it up to a state that it can be used for public use, that it is now under the facilities review is where that money will come from. And I'm sure finance folks can answer a question on that if that's what council has. With that, I don't have a lot to, any more to add other than staff are asking council to supply direction on what options they would wish to proceed with today. And I also have beside me Mr. Michael Smones, the Director of Facilities, who is the author of the report and will be very instrumental with any questions you have going forward. I'll turn it over to County Council.
Okay, questions of council. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Sorry, Councillor Van Passen.
I have no questions, Mr. Chair, and I'd be happy to move the staff recommendation and proceed with option 3.
Seconder, Councillor Columbus. Any further questions to the motion? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, we move on. We have one presentation today. We have one today on the website design project update by Heidi Van Dyke, General Manager of Corporate Services. She will introduce the report. Heidi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize, Heidi, for interrupting. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just see some confused faces. Just maybe as an update for everyone, we've, Council and Committee just recommended the option 3 as per your video, and we are done with that report, moving on to others. So if you're not interested in learning about the website, you are more than welcome to leave. There won't be anything else on the town hall today.
I guess we can wait a few minutes if you'd like to clear things out. Yeah. Okay, are we ready to? Heidi, you want to take the floor, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Council, Catherine McCurdy, our Director of Customer Service and Corporate Communications, is here with us this afternoon. She has been the lead on the website redesign project, and she's going to deliver the presentation.
All right, hang on. Yeah, throw them in the elevator. Okay, I think we're ready. Sorry, Heidi, about the interruptions there, but go ahead.
That's okay. We'll just ask our friends at Clerks if we could get the presentation loaded, and please, and thank you. And Catherine McCurdy, our Director of Customer Service and Corporate Communications, and the lead on the website project, is here to present this report.
Good afternoon, Mayor Martin and Council. Today I'm excited to provide an update on our corporate website redesign project. I will run through what we've accomplished to date and share screenshots of the new website highlighting key benefits and features. Municipal websites serve as the primary gateway for residents, customers, businesses, visitors, and other stakeholders to access services, find critical information, and engage with local government. Our website is for our residents. They visit our site to solve a problem, access a service, accomplish a task, or find information. I'd like to review a few key norfolkcounty.ca statistics that highlight its importance as a source of information within our community and beyond. In 2024, 50% of our visitors arrived by searching on Google or other search engines, and 66% viewed the site on a mobile device. We had just over 1 million total site visits and more than 2 million total page views. Visitors downloaded approximately 75,000 documents, and the videos on our site received about 2,700 views. Being aware of the important role our website takes on, in early 2023, as the Norfolk County Strategic Plan was developed, Communications and IT identified the corporate website as a strategic priority within the Serving Norfolk pillar. This pillar focuses on strengthening communication and service delivery by improving how we communicate and deliver services both digitally and in person. In mid-2023, staff reviewed various options and in late 2023 selected GHD's GovStack content management system as our new website platform. With tools designed specifically for government agencies, GovStack is used by many municipalities, including our neighbors and many others across the province and country. The project kicked off in early 2024 with an inventory of our current site content, a resident and staff feedback exercise, new site architecture, and a new design. In June 2024, Communications and IT received training, and we set up the site's back-end environment and started the process of reviewing, editing, and migrating content into the new platform. As of today, we continue to make edits and refinements and are reviewing and testing each page. We are planning for the site launch to happen in early 2025. Post-launch, we will invite feedback from residents, customers, and staff and begin the ongoing process of continuing to improve content and implement our governance guidelines to ensure the site remains up to date, accessible, and continues to meet the needs of our residents and customers. I'll now share a preview of the new site and highlight these 10 features and benefits. As we're still working on migrating and refining elements, you may see some content or items that are unfinished or not completely up to date. First, we'll look at branding. The Norfolk County brand identity is firmly established through consistent use of our logo, color palette, typography, layout, and graphics, providing a cohesive experience across all pages. The site's professional, high-quality look and feel reinforces norfolkcounty.ca as a trusted source, enabling residents and customers to feel confident they are in the right place and interacting with a legitimate source of Norfolk County information. Our new website will elevate Norfolk's online presence to meet that of other local and provincial municipalities and will be something our staff and residents can take pride in. Next, we'll look at navigation. A website's navigation acts like a roadmap, helping visitors easily find their way around. It organizes the site's content into clear, logical sections, making it simple for users to locate the information or services they need without getting lost. The new website has several areas of navigation. The primary navigation, highlighted here, runs at the top of each page, grouping related content into 5 distinct sections. This navigation was presented to residents and staff as part of the research stage of the project. We received feedback about where visitors expected to find content, and we used that data to build the links and site architecture. In some cases, links exist in more than one section to reflect where different visitors tend to look. For example, property taxes can be found in the home, property, and neighborhood, and council administration and government drop-down menus. The secondary menu at the top of the site features some of our most frequently accessed pages or those we want to push our visitors to. The I Want To button, also at the top of the site, opens a dynamic menu of top tasks that will be updated based on what residents are looking for at different times throughout the year. The consistent grid design on landing pages, as you can see here on the Home, Property, and Neighborhood page, combines an icon, page title, and short description as another form of navigation, allowing visitors to easily view and browse related content. Subpages also have consistent navigation on the right, showing the other pages in the area that you're visiting. And on this page, menus, such as this one on the public records section, are added to complex or long pages to help visitors access content easily when they first arrive. The footer provides our address, links to social media, and pages such as our privacy policy and accessibility information. And finally, the sitemap offers a detailed overview of every page on the site, all in one place. A functional search is critical for a website's usability. The search on the new site is available on the homepage and in a consistent location on every page. It will include pages and documents on norfolkcounty.ca, as well as our other sites, including Norfolk Fire, Heritage and Culture, and Economic Development. As mentioned earlier, 66% of our visitors viewed our site on a mobile device last year. Ensuring our pages provide a great experience, regardless of screen size, is critical for any modern website. This feature, called responsive design, is built into the GovStack platform. Here's an example of a landing page with a hero image, which is what we call the big photo at the top of the page, and the consistent grid layout that you've seen on other pages. You can see how the page is displayed on a desktop computer compared to a tablet and compared to a phone. As the screen size gets smaller, the menus collapse into what is known as hamburger menus, and elements stack into one column, and the large hero image goes away on phones for ease of use. GovStack's easy-to-use design tools allow non-technical staff to easily create attractive, user-friendly pages. User-friendly page design includes things like placing the most important information first, using clear headings to chunk information into digestible parts, and using graphics to complement content. Icons and photos can be especially helpful for visitors with low literacy or those whose first language is not English. The page we're looking at is a great example. There is a lot of recreation information to present, and this landing page does it in a clear, consistent way that continues on recreation subpages. Each page has a short description at the top, letting visitors know what to expect and reinforcing that they're on the right path to finding the content that they're looking for. Creating a user-friendly experience is one way we can help make a more accessible website. GovStack's platform also has features and benefits built into the editing environment that enable legislated AODA guidelines to be followed as content is being built. Documents, however, represent a significant accessibility challenge. Ensuring PDFs meet all accessibility requirements can be time-consuming and may require technical expertise, and paying to have them remediated can be costly. We have taken steps on the new site to dramatically reduce the number of PDFs by converting documents into web page content or online forums when possible. Some good examples include our popular building permit guides shown here, and our bylaws and policies. Creating this content as HTML allows it to be more searchable, easier to read on a mobile device, and will allow links to specific parts of the content to be easily shared. For example, on this bylaw, you will be able to send a link directly to the definitions section. When we launch the site, our bylaw and policy directory will include those on our current website, and we will add additional pages for bylaws or policies that are frequently requested by residents or customers. Another feature built into the site is the ability for members of the public to subscribe to our news. Posting news and notices for residents and customers is important to ensure our community is informed and aware. We are also required to post some types of notices to meet provincial legislation or county policies. Visitors can subscribe to receive news and notices from Norfolk County directly to their email inbox. From media releases to service disruptions, this feature will simplify the process of sharing important information for the communications team and other staff. We will also be able to post alert banners on the site, such as the temporary road closure notice you can see on this page. These banners can be used for news, alerts, or emergency messaging and can be applied site-wide or on individual pages. The new site can also connect with other content using integration features, creating a seamless experience. The Council and Committee calendar will be the first of such integrations, with agendas, reports, and documents in eScribe presented within the calendar itself. Visitors can subscribe to our Council and Committee calendar and our events calendar to be notified of new content. We will also be launching an integration with YouTube that will allow us to timestamp council videos, making it easier to jump directly to a part of the agenda in the recorded meeting video. With a website as large as Norfolk County's, it's critical that staff and subject matter experts across the organization can be trained and given access to update content when needed. GovStack's sophisticated permissions and workflows will allow us to train editors to maintain, edit, and add content, with the communications team reviewing for branding, accessibility, and usability before the changes are made public. The new site will also enable us to grow as needed. We can build out subsites with consistent but customized elements, reducing back-end administration of multiple platforms and providing a more cohesive experience for visitors. Next steps for the project include a finalization of content over the next few weeks. We will invite staff to review and test, and we will be expecting to launch the new site at the end of January. Once live, we will ask visitors to provide feedback and make edits as needed. We will work on implementing governance guidelines to ensure the site stays up to date, accessible, and continues to provide a positive user experience. We'll complete staff training, expand features, including the events calendar, and we will investigate a plan to build out subsites in the platform. Thank you for the opportunity to present the new website, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from committee? Councillor Van den Rishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. This is great, as long as it's user-friendly for those who are not quite as computer literate as they maybe should be or are. I am not. So this is the question. There is still ample opportunity for people to come into, and I want that expressed, to the county for any of their concerns that they have or looking for documentation or forms and things like that. First, I need an answer to that, and then I have one more question.
Through the chair, yes. A couple of key pages on the website will provide information for access points. There's a contact page with all of our available phone numbers and locations, and a customer service page that we're planning. So if users do get to the website and they're able to access those two pages, I think they'll have everything they need in order to know how to come into a location to meet with Service Norfolk, go to GAB to meet with the planning team, for example, access the recreation customer service desk. Those are very prominently available on the new site.
As well as then access to any, say for instance, scheduling and things like that. That's going to make it easier. And is it a 24/7? How does it work? Is it just between, on the site, is it just between 9 to 5 or 5 days a week? What is the timeline?
Through the chair, do you mean for the calendars or?
Say for instance, you have scheduling on the website itself, and it's Sunday. Can a person go on that site and book ice time that is available? If you go to the arena and you know there's nobody there, can you do that?
Through the chair, yes. So one of the new features, actually, speaking of ice time, our facility rentals section of the website is actually being enhanced pretty dramatically. And we've created a series of forms that residents can complete to sort of give the right information to the facilities rentals team so that they can more easily book for them. So I guess on an off time when staff are not available, there are tools that residents can go on to complete.
I'm hoping that that's going to come to fruition, because the biggest complaint I get is the inability to rent ice. That is, no one's on the ice and they want to rent that and they cannot because there's nobody around, or you can't access anything, you can't. So, I mean, we're losing money that way. So I want to make sure that whatever we're offering works for everyone. Okay, and I just have one more question. When you were doing your statistics, and you were talking about the numbers that came out, is it counted in, like if I come to the desk and ask them to print a form for me, do they go on the site and they print it off that way? So that would be counted as, even though I'm physically in the building, but yet it'll come off the version of the site?
Through the chair, probably not. In that case, they would likely be accessing documents from their computer,
through the computer,
or through our service portal. Most in-person interactions are tracked within the service portal, so those numbers would be in that. In that.
So that tracking will be done that way.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much staff time will need to be dedicated on a weekly basis to maintain the site?
Through the chair, I don't have an exact number, but I do feel that it will be something that will require time to maintain. I think that's one of the key things that we don't want to lose sight of, is not maintaining information. So I think from a communication standpoint, it'll become probably a more significant part of our daily work, because we do intend on reviewing all page changes before they're made live, because we want to ensure that any documents posted are accessible, it's usable, the language is clear. So at this point, we don't quite know what to expect, but we anticipate being able to cover that workload with the communications team. And staff in other departments, will be reaching out to at least annually to get them to review their content. So some content changes a lot, other content doesn't change a lot throughout the year. For each department, it'll probably be a little bit unique on if they need to be looking weekly, monthly, or annually.
Thank you.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Catherine, really excited to see this. It looks good so far. A couple of quick things. Regarding recreation and booking, we're still using the Encore system, I think, for booking like programming. Is that correct?
Through the chair, so it does still, the functionality will still exist in Encore when the site launches. But what we've done is worked with the facility rentals team to build custom forms. So they were sort of modeled after what other local municipalities have done, that allows residents to go on and put all the information in that the facility rentals staff needs to be able to sort of give them the best option and make the process as smooth as possible, because I know that there have been challenges with the current booking system. So it's sort of, it's a way for the staff member to get the information that she needs in order to make the process that much easier for the resident booking. The technology within Encore will still exist for those who are familiar with it and may want to use it, at least when we launch, and then we'll sort of review at that point.
Okay, sorry, I just want to ensure we're not talking about two different things. So is that for the booking a facility, what you're talking about?
Yes.
Effectively,
yes.
We're capturing information that gets sent to Aaron.
Yes.
That takes place. So that's not confirmed though until, like if they do that on the weekend, nothing happens with it until Monday, presumably.
Through the chair, yes. It doesn't have, it requires a human in order to take in the information and then, action the booking at that point.
So if I want to book my kid into a swimming lesson program, will I still do that through Encore?
Yes. Through the chair, yes. So all of the recreation registration and both drop-in and program registration will all still happen within Encore. The one thing that we've introduced is sort of this intermediary form to help for facility rentals in particular, to help with the information gathering process, so that because I think from what I understand, every online bookings require confirmation anyways. It's not completely user-based. So this will give the staff member the information, all the information she needs in order to then be able to find the best option.
And will it be easy then to find Encore from our website? Because I have to confess, it stresses me out every time.
Through the chair, I think so. The way that we have been building out content, we've built out a lot more recreation content, actually, many more pages than we currently have. So for example, we have an actual swimming lesson page where you'll be able to go on and see all the different kinds of swimming lessons with links to we're calling them sort of registered programs and drop-in. So we're using those two terms kind of consistently throughout the recreation website in particular, with really prominent buttons that say register for drop-in swimming or things like that, and take you directly to that page in Encore. So it still does take you to Encore, where you actually have to register and pay, but I think it makes it easier. It makes it easier to find. I think more pages in this case, I think, is a good thing. And we'll be able to assess traffic and activity and what people are doing, and 6 months from now, using the data, kind of see what's working, what's not working, and then refine from there.
Thanks. Does GovStack have any ability to effectively get us away from using Encore and maintaining within the site?
Through the chair, there are other tools that we have not looked at yet. There's a whole customer portal side to GovStack that we haven't even seen a demo of. So I'm curious to see what those features are. So we'll definitely, once this launches and we're sort of stable, then we are going to look and see what other tools the GovStack has to offer. Because if I can just say that it's a fantastic environment to work in, and I'm really curious to see what else they have to offer.
I'm pleased to hear that. As someone who uses Encore fairly regularly, I find it a little clunky to use in terms of just to navigate, and also slow waiting to populate information. So if there's a way that we can, if this is as good as we think it might be, then if we can navigate it or migrate it over, that'd be great. And then just one sort of quick question. I really appreciate that we'll do time stamping on council videos because we know how long they can be. That's just a note for later. Will there be any transcript abilities that take place for those that are hard of hearing?
I know that, through the chair, I know that currently YouTube does generate auto captions that do become transcripts. So I'm not familiar with how that integrates into the actual environment that you would be watching the time-stamped video. I'm not sure if it's easily there or if you have to go to YouTube to see it.
Okay. I have seen other municipalities that you can also download the transcript at the same time. So just maybe a food for thought. That's all. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
No further questions of committee? Sorry, Councillor Van Der Riesche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. This is not a question about the actual program that you've got set up and good on it. But at the end of the day, the municipality is in the business of renting, either facilities, things, whatever, out. Is it ever thought that if you have an arena or you have a community center, and say, for instance, the community manager is there or the custodians are there, that they can help and assist and book because they have a computer or laptop that they're using and they could see the schedule? Can they, if you wanted to walk in an arena or you wanted to walk in the community center and somebody's there, can they book for you?
So, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Van Den Driesche, I will start, and I will ask Mr. Cridlin to jump in with any additional information. I think from a customer service perspective, we are always open to hearing feedback and ideas on how we can improve our customer service offerings. As Ms. McCurdy said, being able to book through the website is meant to be an additional offering, not to replace in-person customer service. And so if that is a suggestion that you have, that's certainly something that Mr. Cridlin and I can take back and see the feasibility of it. We would have to look at logistics, HR, availability, all of capacity, all of those kinds of things. But certainly we appreciate the suggestion.
It was done for a long time, and then it was withdrawn when the computer system started. So, but at the end of the day, we are in the business of trying to generate funds, and this is an area that if you can, you know, make something for an hour when there's no one on the ice or at the community center, if they wanted it that evening or whatever, then to do it, because we can use all the dollars we can get.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just in response to that, I did get some information from our Director of Recreation. So we do have customer service staff available at rec centers on Saturdays between 9 and 6 and on Sundays between 8:30 and 3. And they are able to make some of those bookings. And I'd also caution that if you see ice available and it appears that it's just sitting there, it doesn't mean that it hasn't been booked and paid for and just someone hasn't showed up. So we want to divorce those two, but there are customer service staff available at the arenas on Saturday and Sunday for those last minute bookings. But if you have any specific questions, it's our Director of Recreation that would be able to answer those questions for you.
You've got to go to the rec, if I may, Mr. Chair? I'm misunderstanding this statement. So you're saying at the recreation facilities, which is an arena, that you could go there and book it. That's what you're saying?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. What I'm saying is our director has provided some information, and I'm reading it. We have customer service staff at the rec center that should be able to assist between the hours of 9 to 6 on Saturdays and 8:30 to 3 on Sundays, who will be able to address the issue of last-minute booking requests.
At the recreation center, which is in Simcoe, not at specific arenas or anything. You're not saying in generalities, you're saying specifically here, you must come on Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I don't have the details just other than what I'm reading, so there is some information available, but we will endeavor to get that clarification and send it to all of council so you have that information for you.
Okay. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to follow up a bit on Councillor Van Dries's question. We've talked about this for the last 5 years now. I am probably a little bit down the list from Councillor Van Dries on the technology thing, but what we thought there has to be a system where I got some friends come over on Sunday morning and we're talking and say, hey, you want to play a game of pickup hockey? You should be able to whip out your phone, go, look, it's free in Langton at 2 o'clock, costs this much money, I'll book it, here's PayPal, it's done, I should be able to drive down there and I should be able to have my ice that I've just bended that morning. That technology has to exist, right? You shouldn't have to drive to Simcoe to talk to somebody and get a reply and do all that. I don't know if we're ever going to get there, but that's where I think we need to get to. But my question for staff is, I've actually been looking on our old website a couple times last time this morning, wanted to find something, you type it into search, the first thing that it gives you is 5,000 pages of possible things that you're looking for, none of which are right, and when you do finally find it, it's outdated, it's from 2020, 2022, what are we going to do to maintain, we're going to build a brand new website, but it does no good if the information is still telling you wear a mask because it's COVID time in 2020. So who's going to make sure that it stays up to date? And I think you talked about it before, there's certain departments that's going to be monthly, some are yearly, but that's very important. And how do you narrow down, like when you type in 2 or 3 words into the search, that it doesn't give you 5,000 pages of possible answers?
Through the chair, so in terms of the search, we are using a different search with this new website. And with a site as large as ours, there will always sort of be quite a few, well, probably quite a few search results for different terms. A couple things that we're doing to help make our pages, the terminology is search engine optimized. So we're ensuring that we're building pages in such a way that the search engine that we're using can index them and understand what's on them. So, you know, when you search for facility rentals, you should get the facility rentals, you know, landing page as your top choice, not some media release from 3 years ago. So you know, we're keeping that in mind as we build the content to use those principles of search engine optimization to help ensure our pages are built properly from the beginning. The search tool that we're using does have the ability to put more emphasis on certain types of pages, and it has the ability to sort of help make it more intelligent. So we'll look at those kinds of enhancements. And in terms of keeping the site up to date, as we migrated the content in, anything that was old was purged. So within the new site, as of the date we launch, it'll be new and everything should be accurate from that day. From that day on, you know, as I'd mentioned, we're planning at least an annual review of every page. And that will involve working with our subject matter experts and our areas to at least get them to look at the content. Again, some content's going to change often, other content changes rarely. So it'll really be an effort to, like an effort on communications to lead that annual or biannual review with departments and to get them to work with us to review and then provide updates. So I recognize it's not easy. I think websites are a challenge for that very reason, but I think we have a governance sort of guide now that we've drafted along with the site development, and you know, we sort of have some actual wording and some processes that we're going to implement. So, you know, and actually one other thing I just want to mention too, we will have an opportunity on the website to leave feedback about the website. So I would encourage anyone, members of council, anyone to tell us if something is out of date. If you see something that doesn't make sense, if you see something that's old, please give us that feedback so that we can be aware of it, because there are hundreds of pages on the site and there will be, you know, probably hundreds of documents. So just, you know, it's sort of a team effort, I guess, amongst staff to keep it updated.
Okay, no further questions from committee. I did see Councillor Michelli a few minutes ago flagging his arms around there, but I've lost him on the, can he actually get through to us if he needs to? Like, can he communicate? Yeah, you know, but, okay, I don't even see him anymore. Okay, all right. Okay, we'll proceed here then. The motion is to receive the corporate website design as information. Can I have a mover? Councillor Duthie, seconder. Councillor Columbus, all those in favor? That's carried. Okay, we move on to communications. I have two items of communication. One from Honorable Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. The second from the Honorable Kinga Surma, Minister of Infrastructure. Can I have a motion to receive those communications as information? Councillor Huffman, seconded by Mayor Martin. All those in favor? Sorry, question from Councillor Columbus.
My question is with respect to the Kinga Surma letter. Do we have our applications in for the potential to receive some of that grant money that's out there? If one of the staff can comment on that.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, it is a regular ongoing exercise between finance and operational staff. We are constantly mining for grants, and when there's opportunities available, staff are collaborating and submitting any and all applications that would be applicable for Norfolk. So short answer is yes. We are applying for everything and anything that's available out there.
Perfect.
Okay. I had Councillor Huffman and Councillor Duthie that moved that, seconded. Am I correct or no? Mayor Martin, I'm sorry. Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Health and Social Services, okay. The next report, Stephanie Rice, Acting General Manager of Health and Social Services Division, will introduce this report.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would like to introduce Mr. Bill Nolan, who will present this report and answer any questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Through the chair to council. This report, HSS 25001, is being presented today to ask for exemption from the purchasing policy. This will allow the administrator of Norvie Lodge to secure contracts for the new medical director and attending physicians to provide the required medical care for the 179 residents of Norvie Lodge. As you can see in the report, the current medical director and attending physician has tendered his resignation effective February 28, 2025. There is no impact on the levy for these services as they are fully funded by the province. Norvie Lodge has had physicians express interest in providing these services, which, given the provincial shortage of physicians, is a wonderful opportunity for Norvie Lodge to excel. With the interest, it once again shows that the challenges in all long-term care homes are faced within the province, that Norvie Lodge and Norfolk County remains attractive for recruitment. As you will see by the purchasing policy comments, this exemption will allow Norvie Lodge to ensure that the mandated positions of medical director and attending physicians are available and ensured they are filled at all times. And with that, I will answer any questions that are asked from council.
Questions of the committee. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Nolan, thanks for your report here today. It's positive and optimistic that we have people that are expressing interest. Do you foresee any problems in having that position filled prior to the end date of the current person?
Through the chair to Councillor Duthie, at this point I do not see any concerns because the physicians that have come forward are very eager to get into long-term care, and especially in Norvie Lodge and Norfolk County. So,
Councillor Van Riesche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. What did you do in the past if this is what you're requesting? What was done in the past?
So through the chair to Councillor Van Riesche, the RFP process would have to be followed, which, as you know, is a lengthy process. And in the simplest explanation I can say it is that there's not a team with these physicians. They're physicians that provide a service in either ER or in other long-term facilities. So when it comes to going through their processes, they, with all due respect, they consider it cumbersome and it's challenging, and we can't directly hire them because they're not in our county wage grid. They're actually funded through the province directly. Like, I have no control over what they get paid because it's a per resident per day fee.
So where are the safeguards then?
Through the chair, Councillor Van Riesche, can you explain your
If it was done differently in the past, there was checks and balances in it, and now relinquishing that and giving the full authority, is there still checks and balances there?
So maybe through the chair to Councillor Van Riesche, I should have maybe clarified a little further in the report. You'll see that purchasing is still involved. They will execute the contracts. It's not like I don't have the sole, so my apologies. It is there further on down under the purchasing comments, but they will be involved and they will be the ones that will be walking through the execution of the contracts.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions of committee? Sorry, Councillor Duthie.
Mr. Chair, I'm just happy to move the recommendation.
Okay, I'm going to ask the clerk to read the motion so everybody's clear, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That HSS 25001 regarding the medical director and attending physicians at Norview Lodge be received for information, and that council authorize an exemption from the purchasing policy as outlined in the Norfolk County Purchasing Policy CS-02, Section 13, to proceed with securing a medical director and an additional attending physicians for Norview Lodge for a period of 5 years, and further that Council authorize the Administrator, Norview Lodge, to negotiate and execute contract agreements with the medical director and additional attending physicians to better serve the residents of Norview Lodge with assistance from purchasing services in executing and administering the aforementioned contracts.
Everybody's clear on that? I have a mover in Councillor Duthie. Who seconded that? Councillor Van Passen? All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, I think we're going to take 10 minutes here and before we move on, okay?
Picturesque countryside and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our respect and responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Yes, we need to go on air, Mr. Chair.
Okay, hang on. There we go.
We're good now.
Okay, we're on to community development. Nothing in community development, sorry. Environmental and infrastructure services, a tender report, Port Rowan Water Treatment Plant upgrades. And Andrew Grice, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through the chair, as you mentioned, this report relates to the award of upgrades at our Port Rowan Water Treatment Plant. This project was tendered in late 2024, and to Councillor Duthie's surprise, it closed under budget, which is a good news story. And really, due to the overall contract value, this is coming forward outside of the traditional SOBAR route. And we are seeking council approval to award the contract to Industria Construction in the amount of $14.5 million. And we're also recommending a budget amendment to decrease the overall project account and free up some capital to support some other projects. And with that, I'll open it up for questions. Mariana is online if there's any technical questions about the project, or if there's any general questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Just out of curiosity, the company that it has been awarded to, good history? Is there anything that we know they've done in the area? We could, you know what I mean? As a reference?
Yeah, so through the chair, we did our reference checks as part of the tender process. So this company did start on the West Coast. They have migrated and set up an office in the GTA, and they've done a lot of work there. They have not done any work for us yet, but they certainly have lots of experience in the water and wastewater sector. So we're optimistic things will move forward as planned.
And you're confident in them? Obviously, you've looked them up in that, so you're quite confident then?
Through the chair, we are as confident as we can be for a public procurement process.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week, I spoke to a resident of Port Rowan, and they were really concerned about the low water level. And with respect to this pipe that goes out into Long Point Bay to service this water supply, are they going to be extending it further into the deeper waters? Because that has been a concern in the past with algae blooms and that type of thing.
Yeah, so through the chair, no, that is not the part of the scope of this project. That is a significant undertaking and certainly something very challenging to get approvals for. But what we are building in is redundancy in our capacity, so we're able to treat additional volumes of water. So any waste that we get due to murky and high turbidity still allows us enough buffer to provide safe water to our residents.
Any further questions? Seeing none, I will have the clerk read the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That report EIS-25-01 be received as information, and that the Chief Administrative Officer be authorized to execute a contract with Industra Construction Corp. for tender EIS Engineering 2441 Port Rowan Water Treatment Plant Phase 2 upgrades in the amount of $14,573,955.37, excluding HST, and the approved capital budget for project 5831435 Port Rowan Water Treatment Plant and intake upgrades be amended by decreasing by $2.3 million to a total allocation of $18,939,000 rounded net HST, with funding to be provided as disclosed in Table 2 of the report.
Everybody clear? Can I have a mover on that? Mayor Martin, seconded. Councillor Duthie, all those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, next we have Operations Division, Gilbertson Administration Building, OPS 25004. And Bill Cridlin, Mr. Cridlin, you're on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief as I turn this over to Michael, who is the author of the report and the subject expert. Michael.
Thank you, Bill, and through you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this report, OPS 25004, is to present Council an exciting opportunity for Norfolk with respect to our Gilbertson Administration Building, which is located at 12 Gilbertson Drive, Simcoe. For some background for Council, the GAB building has been a fundamental office administration facility for Norfolk County since 1997. Norfolk County currently leases over 34,000 square feet of the 63,000 square foot building, and it is the largest administration facility in Norfolk County's portfolio. The current lease expires in January of 2028. In late 2024, Norfolk County received an unsolicited limited time offer to purchase the entire building. Our purchase of the 12 Gilbertson Drive property would allow us to exit our current lease at the facility and potentially our Robinson Administration Building lease at the end of term, create operational efficiencies, avoid sunk renovation costs, provide ample space for future growth, and maybe most importantly, provide over $28 million in capital savings over the next 10 years. As Council is aware, Norfolk County is currently undertaking a broader review of our county facilities, and while that review is still ongoing, staff have expedited the administration portion of the review to ensure that the potential GAB purchase would be carefully considered. As a result, our third-party consultants at Municipal have recommended the purchase of GAB as part of the review process. As you note as well, that there's an additional ask to the report to complete some minor renovations to the building and the site to improve customer service, the building functionality, and address some known building deficiencies. These requests have been long noted by staff. However, without the property in county ownership, they were not brought to council before. Now, with the potential change in ownership, staff are recommending that these be brought forward and completed in 2025. As you will see attached to the staff report, staff have completed a due diligence third-party assessment of the property, and the building was determined to be in good to fair condition. It is staff's opinion that the GAB building would be a serviceable main administration office facility for approximately the next 25 years. And with that overview, I'd be happy to answer questions of council.
Okay, questions of committee. Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, this is probably a finance question. So we will effective immediately make plans to begin saving for life cycle replacement of the asset. Will we be immediately?
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, that's correct. We'll be looking at the life of the existing building and what would it cost to replace that structure and coming up with an amount that will be transferred to reserves in future years for eventual replacement.
Okay, and that is less of a financial burden to the ratepayers than the savings that we had for the capital for new?
That's correct. Through the chair, so we had a project in the capital plan for $35 million for the centralization of administration facility, and obviously the debt servicing costs on that would be significantly greater than the reserve transfers that are going to be required to eventually replace this asset, and so that is a savings to the county from an infrastructure perspective.
Thank you for that. And then for clarity, Michael, you mentioned the 28 million in capital savings, and the report speaks about the 35. Is the difference between the two anticipated debt servicing, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the difference between the 28 million is simply the 35 million avoidance in capital costs for that new construction minus the 6.25 that were associated with the acquisition.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to move the recommendation, but I do want to make one adjustment to it. Purchase of this building is sort of a once-in-a-generation purchase, and we also, from reading the budget documents, we had a pretty good year with some good financial management and some great return on investment, and we are expecting a substantial surplus from the 2024 budget. The recommendation is to fund this through the issuance of debentures, and I would like to add some wording that we first look at paying for it out of the 2024 surplus, but we won't know what that is for a few months until the final documents come in. So I might ask the treasurer if there any wording that we can note on here that would be a priority to fund this out of the 2024 surplus. That'd be the first option before we went to going to the debenture method. So.
Through the chair to council, yeah, that's correct, and that's why we kind of stuck that last paragraph in our finance comments as well, that Typically, our process when we have a surplus from our operations in a year is to look at, priority reserves and debt mitigation as kind of our first options, and that what was outlined in our reserve policy as well. And so that's what we're always looking for is debt mitigation. And certainly, if our reserve or if our surplus for 2024 is determined to be sufficient, once all of the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed and everything's final, this would be a great candidate project to utilize those funds in order to mitigate that debt.
I suppose I should have specified that would be for the $4,750,000. That'd be the part I'd be looking at. The rest of it comes out of our regular, the facilities reserve, right?
Through the chair, that's correct. So we'd be looking to mitigate that on the purchase price of the facility.
Okay, if there's no further, sorry, Councillor Van den Riesche, and then Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I'd just like to commend staff. This is a fantastic job. So I really do appreciate it. And bringing people under one roof is absolutely fantastic. And I think this is a great purchase for Norfolk County.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes, I wonder if someone could tell me what percentage of our staff would be housed in this newly acquired facility?
Somebody answer that one?
Sorry, would you be able to repeat the question?
The question is
Yes.
how many
What
staff?
percentage of our staff would be able to be housed in this newly acquired facility?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have the exact number. I would say the majority of our administrative office staff will be in that facility. With the acquisition now, the next steps, if council approves this next week, next steps will be for us to put together a space plan, looking at some of those adjacencies, looking for synergies and efficiencies. And as we sort of finalize that plan, finish off what we think will be a good news story, we can certainly provide an update to council and provide that information for you.
Okay. Okay, before I move forward here, we have a motion, but Councillor Van Passen, do you want any addition to that motion, or do we want to leave that with staff?
Well, I think the motion is acceptable if the second part would be direction to staff, is that, or should we put it right in the motion?
I'd maybe, through the chair, I think that we're comfortable that this would be a high priority project for us to debt fund, but certainly if council prefers to have direction in the motion that we proceed that way, then I might look to the clerk to help me out with how that's best worded.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I do have something here that I would read if council's agreeable to it. So in the second paragraph, we'd modify it to say that the approved capital budget be amended to include capital project 5332568, GAB acquisition and renovations in the amount of $6,250,000, with funding provided from the issuance of up to $4.75 million in debentures after considering the availability of 2024 surplus funds.
That
When I write it, it'll read smoother than that.
That will be acceptable, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Does everybody understand that addition to the motion? Mayor Martin?
I'm not sure that I do. So is this specifically noting surplus dollars will be used this year, or is this asking staff to consider that? It's not that I'm opposed to the use of the surplus dollars. I just don't want to make a decision in isolation without knowing what other priorities staff have on the go.
Well, if I may interject here, I think what we're saying is if there's a surplus, we're going to reduce the debenture. Is that what you want, Councillor Van Patten? Very clear motion. And if you want something added, the clerk has done that, but I'm sure staff know what we're trying to accomplish here.
No, I don't want anything added. I'm just seeking clarification that that is telling staff to use surplus dollars first and therefore less debt. So that I've had that confirmed now. My reservation is I don't know what staff had planned for the use of surplus dollars, and I feel like we're making a decision in isolation. So I'm not sure that I want to support that without maybe a comment from our CAO or staff. Is there an update on surplus dollars?
Okay. Amy?
Yeah, through the chair to Mayor Martin, if I can help to offer a little bit of clarity. So when we get to the budget presentation in the morning, we'll have a projected surplus for 2024 that we'll share. And of course, there are a number of things that could change between now and the June-July timeframe when we typically bring our financial statements forward. But a key priority for us in the last few years, and as we go forward, will continue to be debt mitigation. And that allows us to continue to utilize more of our infrastructure funding in the budget to transfer to reserves and less of it to fund debt servicing costs. And so there's some good long-term benefit there, and that will continue to be a key strategic priority for us moving forward. So we would have been looking to mitigate debt with surplus funds regardless of today's purchase. And so we're shifting the priority to this project as opposed to maybe other projects that we may have considered closer to the June-July timeframe when we're wrapping up our numbers. And so as I'm taking the direction today, if I'm clear on it, it would be that when we look to mitigate debt with those funds, we prioritize this project first, and other ones would be subsequent, depending, of course, on the amount of dollars that the surplus ends up being when we finalize everything.
Okay. Do you want to speak, Al? No? Okay. Does everybody understand the addition to the motions then that are on? Okay. Do you want it read again or no? You understand what we're dealing with? Okay. Okay, I have Councillor Van Passen move that. I need a seconder to move the motion. Councillor Van and Rishi. Okay, all those in favor? That is carried. Okay. Moving on. Additional funding for the groundwater study. Mr. Cridlin, you're on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the rest of County Council, staff report OPS 25005, additional funding for groundwater study, I believe is a good news study, or is a good news report. As Council is aware, Norfolk County staff, M&R staff, and various organizations and consultants have been working on a complex artesian groundwater flow to surface in the Big Creek Valley just off of the Forestry Farm Road since about 2017. The flowing water is mixing with different gases as it makes its way to the surface, and as a result, the flow is emitting hydrogen sulfide, which is a very dangerous and toxic gas when it gets to the surface. The past work and studies by all parties involved has led to a much better understanding of the complex groundwater dynamics in the area. The next steps being recommended is the completion of a detailed groundwater study. This includes the drilling of up to 5 deep monitoring wells into the bedrock, as well as some shallow barometers in and around the suspect well. And again, this is to gain more information of the groundwater chemistry and pressures. The total cost of this study is $450,000, and the M&R will be funding the study through their newly created Legacy Wells Municipal Transfer Project. Work is expected to start in early February if Council agrees here today, and will finish mid-March at the latest. Data from the monitoring wells will be used for a final report, which will be presented to Norfolk County and will be used for future work on the area. The 3 wells, we have found road allowances, which are county-owned land, which the wells will go on to. There's some concern we'd have to use private property, but we've managed to find road allowances. The only other aspect Council, I think, needs to consider with this report is the approval of a single sourcing to the firm formerly known as Matrix Solutions and now Montrose Environmental Solutions. Staff recommend the single source. Number one, the timelines. The ministry's funding is only good until March 31st, so that leaves no time for a public tendering process. Also, Montrose Environmental has been involved for years with this project. It was the original firm selected by Norfolk County through an RFP for the original report, and they are also in contract with MNRF doing work for them. With that, I'll turn over to Norfolk County Council for any questions they may have.
Questions to committee. Councillor Van Arishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, this is a good thing at the end of the day, because something has to be done, and I'm glad that things are moving forward. And I know where it's expedited, so I can understand why going with that instead of going out to tender. So I myself would like to make the motion to agree to this, because something has to be done, and it's been a continuous problem, and this research is going to help, I hope, with things that are out there. Thank you.
Any other questions from committee? I have one, Mr. Cridlin, and it's, I know how long, I tried to follow this process, and I know it's dragged out for a few years now, but we did get money from the ministry. The minister showed up and gave us, what, 180-something thousand or whatever, but it keeps putting the onus on us. I got the impression at one point that they were taking over to do the investigation and try to correct the problem. And I guess they keep putting the money, here's some money, go and see if you can find out what the problem is. But I guess my question is, what if we can't find or get the results after 450,000? What happens then? Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can certainly start with the response. So just to be clear, there's several different things that you touched on. So the first thing is the ministry through MNR has taken the responsibility to look at the forestry farm gas well, and they have approved our application through the Abandoned Works program. And so there is an active program that's fully funded by the province to look at that situation and resolve it. The $180,000 that you mentioned was part of a fund that MNR put together, and the $180,000 was an allocation specific to Norfolk. That's been, by the way, renewed again for this year, and we're told it will be again next year as well. So we're getting $180,000 a year for at least 3 years to help us with education, awareness, purchase equipment, things of that sort for abandoned wells, and helping with the community in terms of awareness and education. This one specifically is sort of a third part of that equation, where the ministry is funding the search, or sort of the research as it relates to the groundwater, and trying to better understand how that groundwater pressure, how it's moving, various things to help them assist with the regional approach to solving wells in the area. There's multiple wells in this area, and this is going to be a key component of their research and analysis, so that they can come up with a plan to solve the abandoned gas well problems throughout the entirety of that region. And so there's 3 different things. The ministry's been very cooperative, very understanding, and we continue to work with the ministry as they look to resolve the issue as it relates to these wells and the underground source.
Everybody clear on that? Okay. All right, we have a motion here, and I have Councillor Van Arishi has moved it. Do you want me to read that motion? It's quite lengthy. I'll do that, or I can ask the clerk to read it. Would you read that for the motion on the gas well issue?
Again, Mr. Chair, so that staff report OPS 25-005, additional funding for a groundwater study, be received as information, and that council approve staff proceeding with the groundwater study proposed by Montrose Environmental Solutions Canada Inc., formerly known as Matrix Solutions Inc., and that council permit a single source supply as outlined in Norfolk County Purchasing Policy CS-02, Section 4.8.4, with Montrose Environmental Solutions Canada to conduct the groundwater study, and that the general manager of operations be authorized to negotiate and execute a contract with Montrose Environmental Solutions Canada Inc., and that council approve staff amending the agreement with the MNR by adding an additional $450,000 from the newly created MNR Legacy Wells Municipal Transfer Payment Program to fund the groundwater study, which is 100% funded by the provincial government.
Okay, I had Councillor Van Arishi. I need a seconder on that. Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay. Okay, corporate services, a request to declare surplus lands, Clinton Street, Port Dover, CS 25004. And Heidi, that's your report. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Karen Lembrecht, Realty Services Specialist, is here, and she will be presenting this report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. Report CS 25-004 is being presented to you today to obtain direction with respect to the unsolicited proposal staff received in regards to the county-owned municipal parking lot located on Clinton Street, Port Dover. To clarify, it is Clinton Street and not Clinton Avenue, as was inadvertently referred to in parts of the report. This report outlines some particulars of the unsolicited proposal and provides members of committee with some recommendations as to why this would be advantageous to the county to enter into such a land exchange transaction, which would result in the county ending up with a larger and more enhanced municipal parking lot at no additional cost. Staff believe this proposed land exchange is a strategic approach to better align the county's needs and objectives for improving our infrastructure, and is therefore seeking council's direction to declare this land on Clinton Street surplus and authorize the conveyance of it to the adjacent property owner as part of a land exchange transaction. Thank you, and staff will take any questions that members of committee may have.
Questions from committee? Seeing none, I'll read the motion. The report CS 25004 be received as information, and that council proceed to declare part lot 33, block 50, plan 207, Port Dover, Norfolk County surplus to municipal needs, and to authorize a disposition of lands provided that the land received in exchange for this parcel includes a fully completed parking lot of greater size, and that council approve an unsolicited proposal from 100033566 Ontario Inc., as further outlined in this report CS 25004. And further, that staff be directed to bring back a future report along with the agreements of purchase and sale outlining the specifics of the proposed land exchange transaction. Can I get a mover for the motion? Councillor Columbus. A seconder? Councillor Berry. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, next, Office of the Chief Administrator. We have council member leave of absence policy. Mr. Taggart, you will introduce this report. Am I correct? That's what's written in here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this report is to start the conversation on whether council wants to develop a policy to deal with any vacancies that should occur on council. And the rationale for this is so that it's clear and transparent, not only to council moving forward should that situation occur, but also to the general public. So the report's tried to gather the information on the legislative requirements and processes that might be considered for council in filling a vacancy. And there is a draft policy attached for a starting point for council's discussion. Now, the hope today is not to enter into detailed discussions with council and try and finalize the policy here and now, but to set a starting line for us and those discussions, ask that council provide any comments or concerns to administration, that we would capture those in a subsequent report and bring it back to committee for final deliberation and discussion. But I'd be pleased to answer any questions that the committee members might have today on it. Thank you.
Questions from committee. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Brunton. Through you, I guess the one thing that I would like to see added in there is that if an individual is acting mayor, so in the case that the mayor is unable, not deputy mayor, but acting mayor, that there would be a compensation component to that. So if that could be added to the discussions going down the road, that would be appreciated.
Any other questions from committee? Seeing none, do you want to read that recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the recommendation is that Council for the Corporation of Norfolk County receive this report for information, that Council review the draft policy on council vacancies, and for that the Council provide comments and questions on the draft policy to staff in writing by January 31st, 2025, and that a revised draft be considered for adoption in February 2025 at the next regular meeting of Council.
Okay. Any questions? If not, I'll get a mover. Oh, sorry, Councillor Maselli. Are you moving it, or are you want to speak to it?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair. I'm moving. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A seconder? Mayor Martin? All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, next we have enhanced efficiency options for council and committee meetings, CAO report 25005. And I have here the clerk again will introduce this report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, let me premise my comments with, as municipal clerk, our council meetings and CIC meetings are perfect. And from my perspective, if I had any complaints, it would be that we don't have one every day. But having said that, council did pass a resolution back in December saying that staff should report back on some ideas or concepts for trying to make the meetings more efficient, more effective, and presumably shorter. So staff did do a brainstorming session on that. SLT looked at it. We looked at best practices across the province, and we put together a list. So it's there before you for council to pick and choose whether you want to implement or try any of the proposed suggestions or none of them at all. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions of committee. Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and through you, first I would just like to thank staff for taking the time to work on this. It was certainly myself that brought forward that motion, and I did so in that I think it's important that we consider the role that we serve here and how we can make that best serve the community, and that also goes for staff at the same time. If we want public engagement, if we want the community to know what's going on, we have to be mindful of their time at the very same time as well. And there are probably some things to do with these meetings that we could improve upon, so I like some of the suggestions that are there. One question I did want to ask is, what solicitation did we do with staff and of which departments to seek feedback on? There are a number of different staff in this building or in this organization that contribute to council meetings. Did we engage them as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So it was an engagement mostly through the senior leadership team. My understanding is that they did solicit some feedback from their team members that generally report to council, but that was gathered through that process and then consolidated and brought forward in this report.
Thank you. I wonder if I could maybe ask our treasurer. I believe the mayor had asked for this perhaps, and at the time I didn't fully understand why you were asking, and once I thought about it later, I went, oh no, I do want to know that, which was related to how much it costs for these meetings on sort of an hourly basis. And I think my line was, I'm not sure it would change my mind, but I think it might actually. So I wonder if finance is in a position to be able to tell us roughly the cost of a council meeting.
Through the chair to council, yeah, we did take a look at that, and we've come up with an average. So I just want to caveat the number by noting that we had to make a number of assumptions. So we assumed kind of on average the staff who attend a meeting, recognizing obviously that from meeting to meeting, that number of staff and at which level they get paid fluctuates. And so we've assumed kind of an average salary level for one director, one manager, one supervisor, approximating the number of people at a meeting. And so what we've come up with is roughly $1,100 an hour, including salaries and benefits, but that includes a number of the non-union staffing complement does not get paid overtime. So that assumes that they're taking the time off later and that we're paying them for it. And, you know, there's a number of assumptions that could bleed into that number, but on a rough basis, that's kind of what we're looking at. And I don't know if our CAO has anything to add to that.
Thank you. That's quite a lot of money when you start to think about some of the discussions that we have, that we sit around here and talk for 2 hours about something that is, you know, a few $100,000, and you start tacking on $1,100 an hour for all the leaders and the team members that are present here. That's a lot to think about. I'm not really sure the direction that you plan to take with this, Mr. Chair. I would just sort of look at the recommendations that were sent here, or the options that were provided. I do quite like number 1, in that I think it's perhaps a little superfluous for introductions to take place from a GM. Why does it not just directly come from the chair to the person that's actually going to make the report? I have no problem with things moving to consent when they are received as information, because they should be read in advance anyway. Number 4 makes sense if you move forward with number 3. And I'd like number 12 as well. And related to number 10 about staff presentations, I don't know about eliminating them as such, because I think about, you know, the presentation that we heard earlier today about the website. I think that's useful information to take place in a public meeting like this. However, the procedural bylaw does say that the presentation should be 10 minutes in length or less, unless otherwise approved by the CAO. So I just would posit that perhaps we should enforce that time a little bit more strictly. Those are my thoughts at this point.
Okay, before I have next, I have Councillor Huffman and Councillor Van Ricci, but do you want to go through the various comments one by one and review them, or are you satisfied to not go through them? What's your preference? Councillor Berry.
So thanks, Chair. I was going to actually ask that too, and so I guess that's what I'm wondering. Is every one of these 12 a vote that we have to say yes or no on, or like what's the intention here, Bill or Al or whoever?
Well, I'm going to let the county manager speak to that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would suggest the most efficient way to go through this is there's 12 recommendations from council, as opposed to councillors taking individuals' turns and say, I'd like number 3, number 7, number 8. Perhaps we, through the chair, go through each one of them, and if there's consensus amongst councillors that this is an option that council would like to pursue, then we can take that as direction as part of the recommendation that we will approve recommendations, you know, whatever the number are, and then come back and implement those recommendations.
So thanks, Al, and through the chair again. So my question here is, are we going to have a chance? If I don't expect that everybody's going to want to speak to all 12, but if we want to speak to more than what our normal opportunities to speak would be allowed, are we going to be allowed to talk to more than 2 or 3 of these things? I guess that's kind of where I'm at here, is that I don't want to break the rule, but I also have questions about a few of them.
Okay, well, can I interject here for a minute?
Yeah,
what I'd like to do is let Councillor Huffman and Councillor Van Ricci speak. They were next in line. And then if we'll take a vote, if you want to do it that way, we'll take them one at a time and go through them.
Thank you.
If you are in favor of that. So Councillor Huffman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Brunton, through you. I just want to preface it by saying I seconded the motion that Councillor Duthie put forward in terms of making our meetings more efficient. I do appreciate the staff report. However, in some regards, I find that it lessens community engagement. And I think that it's very, very important that we be as engaged as possible with the community. For example, getting the information from a meeting is much different than reading or hearing a sound bite on the radio or reading a headline in the newspaper. I was away for a meeting and had a very difficult time from the social media piece, the press and stuff, kind of trying to figure out what had happened. So I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that these meetings are very user-friendly and explain a lot to the community. So I don't want to have 10-hour long meetings, but I think we've done a good job with improving upon that. I do want to say, with all respect to my colleagues, I think there are times where people just talk when they don't need to be talking. They're asking questions that have already been asked and answered. They're not following precedent in terms of when to ask a question, when not to, when to offer comment. So I would support going through all 12 of them, but I think it's incumbent upon the people around this table to be very respectful of the time that we have here and of staff's time, but remembering that it's important that we're here for the public, and we can't keep making things so short and sweet that we lose the engagement of the people that brought us here.
Councillor Van Rishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Do you put a price tag on democracy and transparency? Like, for me, this is what we were elected to do, was to go through material, air it out here. Sometimes you can understand the material, and that's fine as a councillor, but you have to bring it forward so that the audience and the people of Norfolk do understand what's happening. And so there's a few ideas here that I'm okay with, and I do agree that we should go through them one at a time, but some of them I don't.
Okay. If council is in agreement, then we will go through them one at a time. Does that sound okay to you? So if you're looking at your, I'm trying to bring it up here. I'm on page 2 of 4, the start of the report. And let's do it this way. I'll go to number 1, and if there's a concern, do you want to vote on each one? Is that, Mayor Martin, go ahead.
I think we should move through as consent. If there is a member that doesn't support it and opposes it, raise our hand, and then it becomes a vote. If there are no hands raised on the issue, it's adopted and received and moved on. That way we're avoiding debate unnecessarily. You're only raising your hand if you're going to vote in opposition and would like to have a vote. If there are no comments from council, it's a good to go.
So I'll ask who's in favor of number 1, if you understand that. Sorry.
I think you should ask who's in opposition.
Yeah. I assumed I would have got that, but okay. Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I like option 1. However, I would actually ask that we consider splitting it. I don't want to go directly to questions. I'm okay with the introduction. I just don't know that we need the preamble from the general manager to the person that is delivering the report. Just go directly to the person that's delivering the report.
Okay, I had one other question now, Councillor Columbus.
Just going to mention that same thing. Thanks.
Okay. All right, let's go to the report then. Bill, you have your name scratched in here.
Yeah, so are we moving now to the next one? There's no one in opposition for number 1, or where are we? With the change? Oh, Councilor.
Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Am I allowed to speak, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I would concur with Councillors Duthie and Columbus about, just taking out that very first part of the general manager doing it. I do think it needs to be, introduced by staff person before we go to questions. So if I just want to make it clear what we're voting on. Are we voting on splitting that item as Councillor Duthie mentioned and Councillor Columbus concurred with, or are we still going back to the original?
Well, do you want to answer that, Bill?
I think what I've heard is council will accept number 1 with the modification that there's no introduction by the GM, that it's moved to the introduction by the staff member presenting the report. And if that's,
okay, thank you.
If council's in consensus with that, then we could move to the next item.
Very good.
Okay, you're the author, so I'll let you go ahead, Bill. Number 2, then, correct?
Yeah, number 2, we're looking to see if anyone is opposed to the idea of number 2.
Councillor Van Rishi.
I am. I don't see what the problem is. Overviews, it's important for the public to see it and hear it.
Okay, Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going through that same thing, and it's been mentioned many times already, and I don't want to repeat what's been said, but is the idea just to get in and out of here? We can do a meeting in 10 minutes, but the public will know absolutely nothing about what we just approved. And, going through the little tweaks, we've just gone through, 20 minutes of discussion. There's no motion on the floor, but we're still debating it, right? So it's pretty easy for somebody to introduce a report. Chair asks, will anybody support the staff recommendation or offer an alternative? And then you go to the debate of it rather than spending 20 minutes debating whether you should be debating or not. So, planning applications, yeah, we get them twice, but sometimes that's 6 months or a year apart. So, and not everybody has the fun and enjoyment that councillors get to spend their entire weekend reading 500-page agendas. Right. So to have a little introduction from staff, I don't see that as a waste of our time. I see that as informing the public of what's actually going on. So, I don't think that we need to change the way it's done. But I'm sure that the staff will be listening, and maybe their reports are a little more concise and to the point, rather than just reading what they had typed up, and maybe they can summarize a little bit better. But they'll pick up on just the discussion we're having today. So,
okay, if I may, committee, I'm concerned here for a minute. Like, we could be here all day. We've split number 1 already. What if we get into where we're going to split number 4 3 ways or something? And I'm not saying we should change it, but I'm wondering if this would have been a better debate at one of our Tuesdays where we don't have the a council meeting. We have those seminars where we listen to workshops, where we could debate it better. It's just a suggestion. Councillor.
Again, Mr. Chairman, on point of order, then you can't make a decision and it still has to come back. A workshop is only for information, so we could talk about it all day and we'd achieve nothing because we'd just be talking about it, and we're here today to actually make some decisions on it.
I realize that. Councillor Huffman, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to say I feel it's prudent that we kind of persevere through this. I want to go back to what Mayor Martin said, and we read it, and if there's opposition, Councillor Van den Riche raised her hand, she expressed the interest, and then at that point, Councillor Van Passen spoke. Now you can say, is there any opposition? I think all of our hands will be going up, so that one comes off the docket. And then we move to the I think we can do this at a fairly quick pace.
Okay. It's Mr. Taggart's report, and we'll let him deal with it.
Yeah, if you mind, Mr. Chair, you could stop referring to it as my report. So the consensus that I read is number 2 is not going to be implemented for consideration. Moving to number 3, again.
Need a vote. Okay. All right, so that number 2 was moved by Councillor Van den Riche, seconded by Councillor Van Passen, not to proceed with number 2. All those in favor? Sorry, all those in favor, put your hand up here. To eliminate number 2, that's what. Okay, that's carried. Number 3.
Yeah, moving to number 3 now, looking for those that would be opposed to implementing number 3.
So, Councillor Van den Riche.
If I may, I have and I think 3 and 4 should be considered as one, in my opinion, depending what happens. But at the end of the day, I really feel that there shouldn't be, what's the word, that you can't bring something up, and if you only can bring it up because you need to make a motion to change something. I'm combining 3 and 4, okay? And I just don't agree with that.
3 and 4 are separate. Please just
Is that it?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Councilor Shelley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Councillor Van den Riche, and maybe, I don't know if this will save us too much time, but I I'm starting to look at this as council may, when I look through all of 12 of these items, we may be trying to fix something that's not broken. Honestly, if this discussion had taken place in the previous term of council, I think I would have definitely been in favor of, implementing some measures to make meetings more efficient and maybe even a bit shorter. But I don't think that our meetings are, necessarily inordinately long anyway, and I think that we seem to be doing pretty well with what we have. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents on the whole 12. But I in this instance, I do concur with Councillor Van Andriessen regarding number 3 and 4.
Okay, we're moving. At just 3? One month, okay, to remove item 3 from the agenda. I have a motion by Councillor Van Andriessen, seconded by Councillor Berry. All those in favor? Sorry, hands again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Carried. Okay, moving on to 4.
Again, moving to item 4, any of the committee members that are not in favor of implementing that change?
Councillor Van Andriessen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is for clarity. At the end of the day, you're not always sure that the information you're going to receive back might spark something to tell you, okay, it's okay, or not. And therefore, I feel that number 4 should be removed because you're removing the authority of a councillor to do his or her job.
Any other questions? Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with Councillor Van Andriessen.
Thank you. I can't see you, Councillor Michelli, but maybe somebody can. Huh? Where? Right there. Just to the right. Oh, there he is there. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I should be on the screen, Mr. Chair.
We found you. We found you.
Okay. Thank you.
So
I'm finally glad to be found.
Okay, Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would have supported moving this one along. The recommendation is to receive it as information only, and therefore it should go in consent, and the item is still eligible to be discussed if there is a question of a councillor, so no one is unable to do their job. And additionally, as a reminder to all members of council, they have availability and accessibility to contact every member of SLT at any point in time pre-council meetings. So I think number 4 would have been a great way to move the meetings along.
So you would like that removed? No, I would like it to stay. Stay? Okay. All right, any further questions from committee? Seeing none, we have a motion to remove it. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, it stays. Number 5.
Number 5, moving on. Any member of the committee opposed to implementing this change?
Councillor Berry.
Yeah, I am, thanks, Chair. I don't think we should be limiting discussions or efforts to represent citizens or our wards. So, and my only concern here is that if we use our chance to speak once and we start the discussion, things happen and we can't speak again to correct anything that may not be true. Like, it disincentivizes people initiating a discussion because you're waiting to see what everyone else says. So I don't like this one.
Councillor Van Andriessen.
And I concur.
Councillor Huffman.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor to remove number 5.
Seconded by Mayor Martin. Okay, we have one more speaker here, Councillor Van Passen. Not remove it. No.
So is the motion to remove, we're just going to ignore this because I think the procedural bylaw is pretty clear. I don't think anybody in my memory has abused that privilege of speaking twice to it, and you can also introduce it, so that gives you a third chance. If you're introducing the motion, at any point you can ask a concisely worded question of any staff during the debate. That doesn't count as one of your things, and nobody's abused that principle, so I don't see any need to go back and change the procedural bylaw. I think we're doing a good job. So.
Okay, no other questions? Okay. Those in favor? That is carried. All right.
Number 6, any member of the committee that wants to make a motion to not implement number 6? Maybe we could do that by just getting the motion out of the way right at the start. So.
Well, actually, I have a question about it before I make a motion.
Okay. I guess wrong.
Yeah, sorry, Mel, this one. I don't have to go first. I'm just saying don't make the motion because I have a question.
Okay, sorry. Do you speak?
Can I ask a question before we go? Can I have some clarity on this? I don't really understand this one.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Bill, can I have some clarity on this one? I don't really understand it.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, a lot of times there are operational questions that are presented to staff, and I'm going to go back to our discussion on the Norview Lodge earlier today, where a council member got into the details about how the purchasing policy worked, what was the practice in the past, why weren't we following the past practice, those types of things. So that's just an example that comes to the top of mind, but there are often operational questions that are asked to be provided by staff during a council meeting that are kind of accelerated to the actual report and the recommendation that's being put forward.
Councillor Duthie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also actually move to strike this one, and I say that because I do believe that operational questions should be asked of the staff member in advance, 100% of the time. However, there could be situations where we want the operational information to be discussed here. And so I wouldn't want to eliminate that. So I would move that we strike it. However, I think it's incumbent in all of us that we take the opportunity to reach out to SLT or the person that authored the report if you have an operational question, because we are here to work on policy, governance-related, organizational stuff, not operational. That's the subject matter experts that work for us, or work for the CAO, I should be clear. So I encourage my colleagues to ask those questions in advance, but there could be from time to time questions that are of an operational nature that should be asked here for the purpose of making it clear to the public. So I would say remove it, but everyone needs to be mindful of it.
Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm going to agree with Councillor Duthie. I think you can remove this. And I've always, when I do have those type of questions, I do contact, as often as I can, contact staff ahead of time and give them fair warning of the question I'm going to ask, so they do have time to come up with an answer. Like, you don't want to put them on the spot and blindside them at the meeting when you actually are looking for a real answer. So doing both is, I think, respectful of staff, plus it gives you the information you're actually looking for. So contact the staff ahead of time if you got the technical question, and then ask it at the meeting so that everybody can hear the answer. Right?
Sorry, Councillor Duthie.
Sorry, thank you. If I could maybe just add to that, or write it down and ask it after. Because if it doesn't change your perspective on the policy, the organizational issue, like if we're asking, I don't know, does that truck have a camera? That doesn't matter for the purpose of the discussion here. You might want to know, fine, but ask it after.
Mayor Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Begrudgingly, I will support the elimination of this one, although it was the one I was most looking forward to adding in, to be frank. But on the off chance that there is something that is relevant or is a topic of discussion that the public may want, I will leave it in there, but I'm going to use this as an opportunity then, as maybe the most frequent chair around the table, that I'm going to maybe be a bit more aggressive and cut off some of these conversations, because I have heard council members ask what the size of a snowplow is on the front of a truck during budget. That is not related to whether or not we should purchase that truck. I have heard council members ask about the type of asphalt we are laying or the size of a pipe underground, and it is not relevant to our job as policy or a budget that we're setting. So I will do a better job moving forward to stop those questions as they're happening. And again, please go to staff with your operational questions. It's not that you shouldn't have them answered, it's that they're not relevant to the council meeting.
Councillor Van Rishi.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. At the end of the day, knowing answers to operations helps you develop better policy. So don't forget that.
Any other questions? Sorry, Councillor Huffman.
Oh, boy. Thank you, Chair. I wanted this one to stay in badly because there is so much time wasted, as was mentioned by Mayor Martin, with operational questions that are irrelevant to policy. So obviously, we're going to leave it in. Please make use of your time before a meeting to connect with staff and not waste everybody's time with irrelevant questions.
Mr. Chair.
Shelley, go ahead, Councillor Shelley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think that I certainly am also in favor of leaving it in for the reasons that that Councillor Van Rishi has mentioned. I think, though, I like the idea that Mayor Martin suggests that whoever is chairing meetings, perhaps they can be a little bit more aggressive about correcting council when they do go off track with, you know, how much in diameter is a pipe, those types of things. And also, I guess we should maybe just, you know, police ourselves. Perhaps all of us can maybe raise points of order more often when we see someone perhaps inadvertently going down that path.
Any other questions?
Can we make a motion, Mr. Chair? Can we make a motion?
I have Councillor Duthie and Councillor Van Passen to move it. Right? Correct?
Yeah, it's not empty.
Yeah. No. To not remove it, yeah. Am I correct? So we got to get it. Okay, I have Councillor Duthie and Councillor Van Passen to remove it. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, no more questions? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's carried. Okay, that one.
That moves us to number 7, Mr. Chairman. So that's the suggestion, and this is more around efficiency and effectiveness for the corporation as opposed to shortening meetings, but it's looking at removing the process of having committee and council and moving to 2 council meetings a month so that decision-making points or council are every 2 weeks and staff have an opportunity to implement without coming back to review the matter.
Councillor Huffman.
I put a motion on the floor to remove this.
Van Passen, Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would second that. There is a reason that we have it split the way we do. It's, what is it they call the Senate, the idea of sober second thought? Because we don't get any flack till we make a decision at CNC, and then we get a whole week of flack before we can approve it at council. That gives the public a little bit of extra chance to complain to their councilors. So,
Councillor Adam Berry.
Thank you, Chair Doug Brunton. Bill, I have a question. So if we did this, what would the sober second thought process be? Is that just gone, or is there still a way for us to do that? Because I do, before I vote on just to remove it, I want to know what the option would be. Like, what would we do?
Thank you. Through you to Council Berry, Mr. Chair, the opportunity would be to look at your procedural bylaw and maybe loosen the rules around reconsideration motions. If council felt strongly enough that they wanted to reconsider an item that was passed at the previous council meeting, they could make a motion to reconsider.
Okay, thanks, Bill. I guess, okay, I'm more specifically thinking about just recently with the marina, for example. So I didn't want to pull a reconsideration, but I just had last week or a couple weeks ago, where I just wanted Bill or Janet to provide more information about the situation. So where would that fall if we didn't have that second sober thought? I don't want to reconsider it. I just want more details so the public feels more comfortable with our decision. In what you just said, where would that opportunity fall?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm kind of at a loss. I'm not sure with your example where we are. Was the decision already made on the marinas?
Yeah, so we heard that based on comparators, we had to raise the fees. Council said yes. Fair enough. And in the subsequent week, that was at council and committee. And over the next week, I heard from voters, well, those maybe aren't correct and blah, 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 blah. So rather than reconsider the decision, I just pulled it for discussion and asked Bill and Janet to say, can you give us some more information on the comparators you use and these other things? So I wasn't necessarily trying to get council to reconsider, but I wanted to have another discussion just so the community had more information, and potentially that could have led to a reconsideration, but it didn't. So when I'm not trying to reconsider, where does that fall?
I think through you, Mr. Chair, it would fall in when you're reviewing and approving the council minutes from the previous meeting. If there are issues on those minutes that you wanted to discuss or ask for more information, that would be the opportunity before you passed or approved the minutes as they were drafted.
I just wanted to add a comment on this one. I worked under a system where we had a council meeting every Monday night, and on that council meeting there were reports also attached to it. And it sped up the whole process because we didn't cram everything onto one agenda. We dealt with a report with the rest of council agenda, and there were deputations on those every Monday night, and to me it was a quick process. I realize we're a lot bigger now, but it was a quick process. So anyways, I have a motion from Councillor Huffman and Van Passen to remove item 7. Any more questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried. Number 8.
Number 8 is just enhancing our delegation approval, and I think council will have a report back on that in the near future, as it's been before council a couple times. So I'm not sure we want to deal with that, but I'll turn to the CIO and see what his thoughts are.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say to committee that the report is coming back to council, and so this one I think we could probably cast aside, because when that report comes forward, then council can make the decision then on delegated authority.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we should probably vote on it to remove it, because I think the idea is at the end we're going to vote to approve the ones that we haven't taken out. So perhaps just to dispense of this for right now, because there is a report coming forward, would make sense. So therefore I would move to remove it from the consideration today.
Councillor Huffman. Did you have your hand up, Councillor Columbus?
I was just going to second it.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion by Councillor Duthie, seconded by Councillor Huffman to remove number 8. All those in favor? That is carried. Number 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So number 9, our procedural bylaw does now currently have rules on the number of delegations. I think the intent of this one is to make sure that we tighten that up, that we look at that and maybe reduce the window for when delegations are permitted to come to council, because we often have last minute delegations that then add to the agenda. But that's the background and rationale. Turn it back to the committee for their thoughts.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I should move to remove this one again. I don't want to limit the public participation. I think in our procedural bylaw, it uses the wording may, that the clerk may limit the number of delegations depending on the length of the meeting, what's in it, if they're time sensitive. The time frame as well, because if we don't publish an agenda, how does the public know what's on it? To make a deputation when they don't know until, on Friday afternoon, they get the agenda, they read it, okay, they want to speak to that. It is limited, sort of, try to do them at council and committee. With exceptions, we still go to council. If it's not time sensitive, we can shift them down the road, but if they are time sensitive, they need to be there, so I don't want to limit the public participation. So, I think the procedural bylaw has enough control with the clerk's office to deal with them, as many as that we want, so we can remove this.
Okay. I have Mayor Martin second that already. Am I correct? Yep. Councillor Berry.
Yeah, thanks. So with this one, I don't think that we should limit it, but I would ask if council would like to limit. So often when our deputations run out of time, councillor will just say, is there anything else? And it essentially gives the deputation an unlimited amount of time to continue their presentation. So I'm wondering if we should stop doing that or limit it to 1 minute to sum up if there's anything else. Like I don't know that we should give them another 10 minutes just because. I have no problem with councillors having specific questions about points, but just to sort of open the door for anything else unlimited is a lot. That's I guess that's a revision to the motion to eliminate then, or it's my request to add something, what I just said in different wording or something. Is there anybody that's interested in that, or do we just want it, again, unlimited? So you do your 5 minutes, then we say anything else, and you go on for another 15.
Well, it's questions after the deputation.
Well, yes, and one of the questions that we get frequently is there anything the deputation would like to add to what they just said? Well, that's just giving them an unlimited presentation time. Yeah, so if it's 1 minute to add some final points, fine.
Oh, okay.
Or 2 minutes or whatever, but one. Am I off base here? Like no one's really, okay.
No. Mr. Chair?
Oh, there's Tom.
Okay, Councillor Michele.
Yeah, I totally agree with Councillor Very on that topic. I think, we kind of have gone through a bit of a sort of an evolution of handling these deputations with that sort of option of asking if they'd like to say something else. And then, honestly, there's no point in having a procedural bylaw that says 5 minutes. So I would, and I don't know, and I guess we'd have to check with the clerk, if we need to make an adjustment to the procedural bylaw to say you can have another minute if you get the correct question or the prompt or whatever it is that maybe Councillor Very is thinking of. But yeah, I think that first of all, we do need to allow these deputations in general. So I think we are all agreed on that because that is the ultimate in public engagement. But maybe some harness on the additional time of deputations probably would be a good idea.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in support of the original motion. However, I like Councillor Very's suggestion. However, I would say that it should be, it shouldn't just be automatically granted. A council member should ask for it. I don't think we should just go and add additional time to that. And I also then would just maybe question through the clerk's department, does that change for public hearing? Because there's a different set of rules for that. And I certainly wouldn't want to infringe on that in any way, shape, or form.
Through you, Mr. Chair, though, this was just intended for CIC and council. And budget. Sorry, I should clarify on that.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I feel that we don't have enough deputations, in all honesty. I would like to hear more from the public about certain things. So I don't know if we aren't doing enough, maybe with our new website and things like that, people will find it easier to do. I think we need to make it less daunting. I'll throw this in, I'm sorry, this might be off topic and going against everything I just said, but going through my agenda, why are deputations on my e-scribe blank? I don't even know what they're talking about. So that's not very helpful. But I would love to see more deputations, but I do think that we need to do a better job of not just saying, well, if a council member asks the right question, you can maybe talk for another 10 minutes about something. I think it needs to be you have 5 minutes, and then at the discretion of the chair, it would be you have 1 minute to wrap up, depending on the importance of the thing. So I think it's a chair thing, but I'd love to see more deputations and more engagement from the public.
I want to make a comment on this one. I personally think it is wrong when we start to deal with a budget to have somebody come in and ask for money right at the time we're trying to deal with maybe the issue. If they wanted money, they should have been in here well ahead of time to ask for it. And then we could deal with it prior to the budget. And to me, I just have a different outlook on why they're here. Anyways, that's my comment. So, Councillor Very.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So we have a motion to get rid of it already, do we?
That's correct.
Okay, so am I able to request a friendly amendment to that then, which is, yeah, while I would say subsequent questions, questions from council to the deputation should be specific and not open-ended. Does that solve this here? If I have a question for the deputation that says, okay, you've talked about X, can you Y or something like this, not just anything else? That's what I'm trying to get at here.
Sorry, Councillor Van Arishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Absolutely, totally agree. And the easy way to do that is say any answer to these questions is a wrap-up of 1 minute.
Yeah.
So every question asked, the speaker has 1 minute to wrap it up.
Okay, is that a decision, though, of the chairman at the time, or do you want to, I have a motion on the floor right now to eliminate.
I think it should be a motion, Mr. Chair, to say that when we're doing deputations, all answers after the presentation are limited to 1 minute only in answers.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, can that be dealt with by the clerk, or you want to change this motion? So I have a motion on the floor right now to remove this whole item. Okay, do you want to make that a separate motion, or do you want to, how do you want to deal with it?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll withdraw my request for friendly amendment. I'll make a second motion after we've removed this to add the minute limit or whatever.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, the procedural bylaw that we approved, it's 5 minutes for deputation. You can give another 5 minutes with a majority vote of council. So if there is a need for that, one of the other councillors, maybe it's more that we need a chairman workshop that need to be a little bit more precise. And I know when I sat in the chair, I was pretty easygoing. I'd let people go the full 5 minutes and then remind them that they had 1 more minute to summarize, because they were giving decent information that was helpful and all those things. Maybe we just need to follow our own rules a little better ourselves. And so if you need the extra time, you just ask the council. If council approves it with a majority, that gives them the extra time to do it. We don't have to do it through the backdoor method that we have been using, right?
So, Councillor Ray, have you withdrawn your?
Thanks, Chair. I didn't have a motion. I was asking if there could be a friendly amendment to the existing motion. It sounds like no, which is totally fine with me. I'm not sulking about it. So I would suggest, if it was up to me, I would just vote on the motion, and then I will put forward another motion about the minute per answer, and if it's okay with you, I'll go through that process.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Sorry, is there any more discussion for now? Nothing? I have a motion on the floor moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Mayor Martin, to remove item 9 from the agenda. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay. Councillor Adam Berry, go ahead.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you. So as I just said, I would like to then, before we get to the rest of the list while we're on the subject, I would like to make a motion that we now limit answers from deputations to 1 minute per question.
Moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Van Ricci. Any questions? No questions? All those in favor? That is carried.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Now, on that, I'd like to make a motion, an amended motion. I would like to see us, when we're dealing with budgets, not to have deputations where people come in to ask for money prior to us dealing with the budget. And that's my motion. I'll leave it at that.
Are you passing the chair to me then? Or to the next? Not to me.
Okay, I'll pass the chair to you, and I'll make that motion.
Councillor Duthie.
All right. You have a motion to make, Councillor Brunton? Please go ahead.
Sorry? I think it's, I would like to see no deputations where individuals or organizations are asking for money at the time we're dealing with a budget, like tomorrow morning. And I realize we can't change it overnight, but I think it's wrong. And if they want financing assistance for any project, individual or organization, they should be before this council earlier than a budget session. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Van Andriessen. Discussion or debate on the motion?
Thank you, Chair Duthie. I would just provide some context that this was a decision the former term of council made because we found that community groups were coming forward ad hoc throughout the year with financial requests, and we were making decisions in a vacuum and not really giving consideration to the full impact. It was more of a first come, first serve. So while it may not be the best possible system, that was the intent, to streamline all budget related discussions to budget.
Councillor Huffman? I saw it.
Thank you, Chair Duthie. I agree with Councillor Brunton because it does kind of seem a little on the fly. And I understand what we did last term and why we did it, but it doesn't mean that it can't be looked at again. What I would suggest is that we have a specific meeting for deputations where if you're wanting to present, to receive, to be considered in the budget deliberations, that if our budget is the third week of January or whatever, whether we do it the first week of January or whether we do it in December before year end, that there's a specific deadline for that and you come and do your deputation then. I would, and then we can ask questions and we can do that, and then that's taken care of, and then at budget. I don't like the idea of people being here during budget doing, I agree with you wholeheartedly, but I think we need to provide an opportunity for them, and I would like to see a separate deputation day for community members or groups that are looking for funds in the current fiscal year.
Okay, anything further? Councillor Van Andriessen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I do appreciate that. I think the councillor has spoken very well, indicating that to me, I'm under pressure at deliberations of budget, so it's very uncomfortable for me. So I like the idea of getting it done maybe a month prior to budget time. It would be an adequate thing to do. And I do like the idea of one session of having them all. And maybe at the end of the year, that way people have prepared themselves for what they want, and that would work out. But like I say, maybe a month before budget it would be a good idea.
Okay, yes? Councillor Columbus first, then Mayor
Yes,
Martin.
I like Councillor Huffman's suggestion. I think perhaps December would be the opportune time.
Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just seeking clarification, if it's a separate date, we're still making a decision at budget time? Is that the intent of what you were?
Yes.
Okay. The only other comments I would provide is that sometimes it's nice to have a packed gallery at budget time, hearing remarks from our treasurer, because I know the community is very passionate about their projects and their financial requests, but it does give some perspective to the entirety of what we are facing. So I don't think I'll support the motion. I think it's nice for the community to be in here, hearing about the other initiatives we have on the go, hearing from staff, but Plan B is also a suitable option. I just like the education of them hearing opening remarks from our treasurer.
Councillor Van Passen, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure what this means, but like the motion is to not have my budget, but that budget process, I think we start in September. We have a meeting, October, November. Maybe it's just a scheduling that the presentation should be showing up at one of those earlier meetings that are the budget committee that gets fed into, so the deputation doesn't show up at the final meeting in January to approve the final budget. They've been at the budget committee earlier on. So maybe it's not so much that we have to change the rules, we just have to get staff to do the scheduling based on that concept. So.
Thank you. Councillor Michelli, I believe you may have had your hand up.
Yes, I did, Acting Chair Duthie. Yeah, I certainly take Councillor Van Passen's point. I think that that is true. Although, as Mayor Martin said, you know, these groups, when they come to budget meetings, and I do have to admit, I'm not sure that they don't create some undue pressure on us that, you know, when we already have other things on our mind on that day. But I would say that I think the public who does, those groups who do come, this is the ultimate in public engagement. They are right there to hear the treasurer, to listen to the remarks made by the chair. I think that this is a very much a community involvement exercise, and so I can't support the motion either.
Okay, is there any further debate on the motion that's on the floor? Okay, the motion was moved by Councillor Brunton and seconded by Councillor Van den Driesch. Perhaps I'd ask the clerk just to reiterate, if possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as I understand it, that was the motion that no deputations be allowed at budget during the final deliberations. So that was the motion. I don't know if someone wants to make a friendly motion to include that deputations for budget appear earlier in the budget cycle.
So I'll just ask first, Councillor Brunton, does that capture the essence of your motion?
Can we add that to it? Yes, sure, certainly. We want
Can we
that.
just clarify the addition, please, for the purpose of recording?
Sorry?
Can we clarify what that addition is in that case?
Well, then, Councillor Van Passen made it.
The clerk just did it, we want the deputation earlier in the budget cycle, not at the final day, right? So.
Right.
Okay, so is everyone clear then on the motion? Call the question, all those.
Sorry, he wants to ask a question.
Sorry, so apologize, I don't want to get this a little bit further. So is the intent then that we would have a special intake date for members of the community who would come and have an opportunity to provide a deputation asking for an ask for council's consideration at budget committee for the upcoming year? So it's just an intake. It's not an expectation that staff are going to work on the request or the concept that's being delivered. It's just to provide you some opportunity.
My clarification on that, any group, any individual can come in at any time for a deputation and ask this council for money.
No, they cannot.
Well, they can make their presentation, whether we have to deal with it, and we could pass it on to the budget.
Okay, Councillor Huffman?
All right, thank you, Chair. I think we've gotten a little bit lost. So we've got the first part here is that we want to avoid deputations on the day of budget deliberations. So that's one part. The second part is providing a voice for those individuals to come forward. I originally had said that we would have a quote-unquote special day as the CAO just mentioned, but actually my colleague came up with a better idea, is that we do have budget meetings in the fall. So it would be staff plugging them in during those meetings. And as a friendly amendment to maybe get Mayor Martin to support this is that we would involve our financial services staff and be able to have that impact, because there's only a couple deputations. There's a few deputations that kind of show up in terms of the budget piece, and it's always the same one. So same ones, not one. So it would be nice for other groups to kind of hear that. So anyways, I want to get rid of the special day and go with my colleague's suggestion that we input into those specific budget meetings that are already established. Not just willy-nilly, where they just show up in April and ask for money. It's during the budget season.
Okay, perhaps just before we take the vote on that, can I just ask the treasurer to comment? Because we do have the ABC budget day, which I can't remember if that's September or October. Is that then restricted just to agencies, boards, and commissions? And then so therefore, could that be opened up to other groups that may make budget deputations?
Through the chair to council. So yes, we do. We have the agencies, boards, and committees day. We refer to it as ABCs, and so we reach out to everybody that we know of that has a requisition that comes in, and we invite them to that day. Occasionally, there are other groups that come forward with asks for things, and if we know about it in advance, then we encourage them for that day as well. What we do see sometimes, though, is that things that come up between October and January, where a group wants to come, and that's, I think, where we get a little bit tricky, and it can be more challenging to schedule. But we do try for everything that we know about to push them to the ABC day, which is in October.
Okay. Lots of discussion on this. The original motion, as made by Councillor Brunton, stands. There were some friendly amendments that may or may not be required, based on the comments that we've now heard from the CAO and from the treasurer. So I guess to Councillor Brunton, do you want those friendly amendments included in your motion?
I'm going to ask Councillor Van Passen if he wants those in there.
It's your motion, Councillor Brunton. If like you took the lead on it, do you want it that flexibility? Because again, the report here, I think, deals with trying to make council and committee meetings more efficient. So by just shifting your request over to the budget committee rather than CNC, we've already accomplished the goal, right? It's
right. I agree. I agree what you're saying. It's in October, I think the treasurer said.
So I think the clerk had some wording there that would have amended your motion in a way that was acceptable to the majority of council. So.
All right, let's get back on track here, because we're probably at $1,000 by now. So if I could ask the clerk, please repeat the motion for clarity purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the motion I have is that it was moved by Councillor Breton and seconded by Councillor Van den Driesche that no deputations be allowed at the final budget deliberation meeting, and that opportunities for budget requests from the public be made available during the fall budget cycle at one of the preliminary meetings.
So is that agreeable with the mover and the seconder?
Yes.
All right. We'll call the question on the motion as you have now heard it. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 2. It's carried. Thank you. I'll pass the chair back.
Thank you, Councillor Duthie. After that heavy discussion, I got to find out where we're at here. We just finished number 9, did I not? Sorry?
Motion to adjourn? Okay, sorry. Number 10.
Yeah, wait till you find it here. Yes, number 10. Okay, I take you've all read it. Okay. Questions to committee? Councillor Van den Driesche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. At the end of the day, I don't recognize that many that are put on for us here. And if you're going to make it to a workshop agenda, I don't want to create more workshop agendas when it's unnecessary if it's a short presentation that's made to council. I think I would like to make a motion to remove this one.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Duthie.
I will second it. I do have a question, though, that I would pose to the CAO, so if you want to accept the second, and then I can ask the question.
Yeah.
Okay. To the CAO, how do we determine, or perhaps to the clerk, what staff presentations move forward to council and CIC meetings?
Through you, Mr. Chair, several factors go into that. Timelines, if there's an urgent information for council's update, if there's something imminent that's going to be changing, we want to provide council with a timely update. Ultimately, there's a process that we follow where on a weekly basis, SLT gets together, reviews upcoming agenda items, looks at presentations, general managers who might be implementing new services, new systems, will make a motion or bring it and table it to the SLT table that they feel it's an important update for council and for the public to hear it, and then a decision is made as to whether it's added to the agenda or not.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, I have a motion moved by Councillor Van den Riche and seconded by Councillor Duthie to remove item 10. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 6 carried. That's carried. We're getting there. Number 11. Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually going to make a motion to keep this one in. I think it's a good one. We don't need to read every motion if nothing has changed.
You're
That's all I have to say. It's my motion.
Okay, Councillor Columbus.
Well, I wanted to speak to this one because when I was chair, actually, had a lot of calls, communications from people who, when they're watching it on their at home or on the video or whatever, they didn't see the motion. So they really appreciated the fact that we started reading them. And I remember our previous clerk, Genevieve, was very supportive of that. And I was surprised to read here, where is it? Reading the resolution or motion before voting it is an unnecessary requirement. I heard Councillor Huffman earlier mention community engagement, and we're here for the public. And to me, we're actually educating the public, and we're being more transparent by the viewers seeing the motion or hearing the motion, because sometimes they can't see it. It's not up at their home screen.
Right.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Duthie.
Sorry, is the motion moved and seconded to keep it?
I have Councillor Berry move the motion.
Okay, I will second it for it to stay there, and I say that because I appreciate the comments of Councillor Columbus, and you are right in that we want to make sure that it's as public as possible. However, I think our clerks team has done a pretty good job, perhaps since you started reading them out, of ensuring that the motions are on the screen. Because before you started doing that, they typically weren't. So I think that now that they are on the screen, that is considerably better. And the reason I don't know that I really want them read, if I'm being perfectly honest, is all of us have different styles of delivery, and some of those motions are incredibly long and incredibly wordy with different numbered companies, and there's lots of room for error, and sometimes it's just not conveyed very
well. With the shared screen, they're seeing that as well at home on the YouTube
I wasn't
feed.
aware of that. Thanks.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think, again, I'm going to repeat stuff that other people have said, but as long as the public is aware of the motion under debate, the long ones on the screen, maybe it's a one-liner, the chair of the meeting reads it rather than getting it put up on the screen, but there is a need for that, and Councillor Columbus pointed that out. I think Genevieve was quite happy with that back in the day. So a long motion, yeah, maybe it's easier to put it on the screen rather than try to read it and mumble my way through it, and a little short one that's a one-liner, I'll just read it and not trouble the staff. And again, our procedural bylaw has the clause at any given time, any counselor can ask that the motion that's under debate can be read. So if it's not on your screen and you want to hear it one more time to make sure you know what you're voting on, you can always ask for that. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that. So.
Okay, any further questions? I have a... Sorry, Michele, Councillor Michele, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I agree with just what Councillor Van Passen mentioned about, short resolutions. I think that, I do always want to, as closely as possible, follow Robert's rules. But the longer ones, if they're on the screen, I'm quite content with that.
Thank you. And nothing further? Seeing nothing, I have a motion by Councillor Very, seconded by Councillor Duthie, to leave this in. Any questions? Seeing none, those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Number 12. Councillor Van den Riesche and Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're doing this already. I think I don't want it to be specific. I don't see it necessarily needing to leave it in because we are operating in that sense already. So I'm in favor of pulling it, or removing it from the list.
Is that a motion?
Fine, we'll make it a motion. Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Brunton. I would like to suggest that we keep it in. I think that we need to, as chairs, be a little bit more, as we mentioned before, assertive with things and moving things along. And I think that that's part of it, is reading the room. And if not, it's there. If not, is there any objection to dispensing with discussion and moving directly to a vote? I don't think we do that now. I think we need to do more of that.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to reminisce a little bit, but serving on the Health and Social Services Advisory Committee, which is chaired always by a member from Haldeman, the staff present the report. The first word out of the chair's mouth is, could I get a mover for the staff recommendation or an alternative, a seconder? So the motion is on the floor immediately before anybody even gets to say anything. So that's why they get their meeting. I think their record for a council meeting is 7 minutes, right? And again, that's more that becomes the chair's job to gauge that room, get the motion on the floor, get it under debate as quick as possible. So, yeah, whether it's in there or like not in there, it's, again, the chairman needs to be a little more assertive, right? So.
Any more questions? I have a mover by Linda Van den Riesche to remove this item. Do I have a seconder?
Yeah.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yeah, I'll vote to remove it, but I think everybody got the gist of it. The chairman has to do a better job.
Okay, any further comment, questions? Councillor Duthie.
I won't support the motion in that I think it says could, that the chair could. And I think there's nothing wrong with having the verbiage out there that says this is an option as a reminder to do so. So I won't support it. I don't think it's necessary. Leave it as is. Everybody is hearing the discussion today.
Okay, no further questions, comments? We have a motion by Councillor Van den Riesche, seconded by Councillor Van Passen, to remove item 12. All those in favor? 3 opposed? That's defeated. So it stays. And we've got through it. I think that's it. Sorry, Councillor Columbus.
Yeah, there's one item that hasn't been discussed that perhaps could save some time. and it's happened to all of us when we are chair. You ask for questions, but sometimes there's never a question. It's just a long comment. So how can we educate ourselves so that we actually ask a question and not make a comment? And sometimes there was times when there was never a question asked, and so I'm just wondering what our council colleagues, if there's any concern about that, or whether the clerk has a comment about that.
Councillor Huffman, sorry.
As aggressive as it may seem, we can use the word assertive or we can use the word aggressive. I can probably count on one hand the number of point of orders that we've had in this term. And we probably need to be doing those things a little bit more and making each other accountable. When it's time for questions, it's not debate. So I think that the chair needs to be more assertive. And as council members, we need to hold each other accountable. And a point of order, that's not a question. That's debate. We're here for questions. So it would be more convenient if the chair was taking on that role as to avoid any kind of hard feelings among anybody. But I think we need to do it ourselves.
Yeah. Just a question. Isn't our policy are you allowed 2 questions? Yeah, I think it's 2, but we do bend the rules, don't we? Sorry? Sorry, limited? Correct. Okay. All right. Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I guess maybe I would ask the clerk. I think we need a motion to accept some of the recommendations that we've already done, except for whatever number that we approved by motion. Is that correct?
No, through you, Mr. Chair. So we passed a resolution for each item, so we know which ones council wants to implement and which ones they don't. So that's already been decided, voted on, carried, or defeated. So,
Councillor Van Der Rishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, for clarification, the item that was kept in is item number 4. Consent items would only be lifted if a councillor member wishes to make a motion other than to receive as information. So the intent there is you can't have that lifted or removed for discussion unless you're making a motion to change something. Is that the way I understand it? I'd just like a clarification so I understand it.
yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, I'll go through my understanding in the notes I've made. The only ones that council have adopted to try and implement to add some efficiency is number 9. No, sorry, I'm wrong on that one.
I'm not understanding.
I'm looking to see.
Number 9 was removed.
Yeah, number 9 wasn't implemented.
Yeah.
Yeah,
10 was removed.
I think the CAO said he's got a running summary.
Perhaps if I can be of assistance, if my notes are accurate, I think what committee just decided was number 1 is staying in with the revision that we're removing the GM introductory remarks. The report author or director will continue to introduce the report. Number 4 is staying in. Number 9 is been revised so that any subsequent questions to deputations will have a 1 limitation on the response from the deputation to a question from council. Number 11 is in, number 12 is in, and there was a new one that talked about deputations not being allowed at budget going forward for next year, but rather residents being allowed the opportunity to make deputations in regards to funding requests or considerations at appropriate times during the budget process, whether it's October, November, and December.
Councillor Van Der Rishi.
Thank you. And bringing me to my question. Okay. Clarification from the clerk. Consent items would only be lifted if a councillor member wishes to make a motion other than to receive it as information. So to be able to have that removed for discussion, you have to be prepared to make a motion of change. Is that what it means?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, that's not the intent. The intent is there can be questions, clarification sought for items on the consent agenda. It's only if councilors wanted to do something other than receive it for information that it would be lifted. So you could speak to anything on the consent agenda. You would only have to lift it if you wanted to make a subsequent motion other than receive and file. No, that's not the intent. The intent is anything on the consent agenda could be spoken to, could be asked questions. It's only if a councillor wants to make a resolution with that consent agenda item other than to receive it for information. Then you would lift it and propose your new resolution.
If I'm prepared to make, or if anyone is prepared to make a motion.
No, it can be
Change.
discussed for any reason.
Okay.
It's only if you want a different resolution than receive for information.
Okay.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I suggest possibly that we refer this whole issue back to staff now that we've done what was asked in the recommendation? We've identified suggestions that we'd like to see some detail on, some of which might need changes to the procedural bylaw and the wording there to implement them. Some might just be education. And rather than send this off to council, I'd like to see a report back on this is what we want to do, but we also want to know how we're going to go about doing that. So could we maybe sort of supersede all the other ones and just refer the entire report back to staff to get more details on the proper way to implement the suggestions?
Sure. So if through you, Mr. Chair, so if I'm hearing the request, we've gotten feedback from council. We've taken an inventory of the ins, what's being recommended and what's being asked to be removed. We will come back to council at a subsequent meeting with a clean version of the report and with details on how we would implement the recommended changes.
Okay, everybody happy with that? We will move on. Thank goodness. So,
That was a motion, if we could just get a second.
To refer it back to staff.
oh, okay, you want, all right. Moved by Councillor Van Passen, then. Seconded by Councillor Duthie. Any further questions? If not, those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank goodness that one's over. Okay. Business license and background information.
Chair, can we take a 5-minute?
Sure.
Thank you.
Everybody like that? 5 minutes.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances to receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between two adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870.
Okay, are we ready? We have one more report before we go in camera. And it's the Business License and Background Information, CAO Report 25-007. And again, we will ask our clerk to introduce that report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this report is as a result of a notice of motion that was brought forward in December that requested council to do away with business licensing in the county. That motion was referred back to staff. Staff have put together a report to try and address some of the questions of why there is business licensing in Ontario, which businesses we license, how many licenses there are, what's the revenue generation and the rationale for that. It also talks briefly about from an economic development perspective, some of the cons of business licensing, and there's some implications on the change as one of the biggest components of business licensing deals with public health, which now will be a standalone entity and may have their own rules on business licensing that they will implement in good time, and some of the licensing components are required under law for the fire code, etc. So having said that, there's a pretty detailed report there. I'd be happy to answer any questions that committee members might have.
Okay, questions from committee? Wow, sorry, Councillor Van Der Esch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have grave difficulty in removing this. I'd be cautious maybe of the enhancement of the increases, but if you look at all the other municipalities that are keeping with it, I'm hard pressed to pull it out. So My question would be, what would be the advantage of withdrawing it? What, other than as a business person, I would be happy to say I don't have to pay the fee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd refer that back to Councillor Very, who brought the motion forward.
Thanks, I guess, through the chair to the clerk. Does this count as one of my chances to speak then, or?
Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm being put on the spot. I want to know, do I get my own chances to speak, or does this count as one of them if I'm speaking?
Oh, no.
Okay, well, that's fine. So, you know, my motion was to do, I guess, in a full thing to get rid of it altogether. The real object of the motion is to remove the charges. So reading the report, I understand the value of keeping it in terms of the administrative benefits that it gives Norfolk County, and I don't dispute those. So I'd be content to amend my motion to just remove the fee. But either way, you know, what is the benefit of removing the fee then? It's more about, for me, it's about being consistent with how we do things. So we've talked about doing user pay and all these other things, and we're doing a lot of that. You know, when I run down these benefits that are listed, you know, number one, public health and safety protection, benefit to residents, fair enough, but not a benefit to business. Zoning and land use control, that's an administrative benefit to Norfolk County, not to the businesses. Economic development, benefit to Norfolk County administration, not the businesses. Revenue generation, benefit to Norfolk County administration, not the businesses. Flexibility and tailored regulations, you guessed it, benefit to Norfolk County admin, not businesses. Addressing negative externalities, a benefit to admin, not the businesses. So that's where I'm at with this, is that charging the businesses an additional fee, a licensing fee, on top of the higher tax rate that they're already paying, which should cover the services that they're receiving for the taxes they pay, seems to be out of order here. So I've heard from many businesses, I've heard from the Board of Trade in general, we've also had a letter from the Simcoe Chamber, and we've had a letter from business owners in Long Point agreeing with this point of view, is that they're already paying. If there is any service to this, they are paying it through their taxes. So I don't believe that Norfolk County should be adding administrative fees that it is incurring on behalf of what it's trying to do to benefit the residents. We shouldn't be passing those along to businesses.
Councillor Van Passanen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for staff, but which ones of these licenses, or how many of these licenses, are we acting as an agent for a higher level of government, like the province? You know, as an example, like we charge a fee for the bingo tickets and raffle tickets. Are we required to do that on behalf of the province of Ontario and their regs, or is it just something we do to raise money? And you know, how many other ones, like the food trucks, they need to be inspected by the health unit for food safety under the Health Act, not under the Municipal Act. So, you know, that goes on. How many of them are our fire department doing fire code inspections on behalf of the province or the federal government under the National Fire Code or the provincial fire codes? And like, which ones of these are different, that we're doing it as agent for a different level of government?
So through you, Mr. Chair, so I'd like to keep the lottery licensing separate. That's not included within this report. That's under separate regulations, and it's through the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario.
That's why I'm asking, because I got this list and then there's the list in the thing, and they're two different lists here.
Yeah, so. Because that's not business licenses. It's mandated through provincial legislation requirements, and then we're allowed under that legislation to recoup fees for issuing those licenses on behalf of the province. So these business licenses reflect on the business licenses that the county itself administers and implements. And again, to your question, it does talk about public health for food safety and handling, and fire code issues as well. So they're mandated under provincial legislation. Under the Municipal Act, municipalities are obliged to charge licensing fees to recoup some of those costs of the provincially mandated responsibilities that have been downloaded to the municipality. And I would just like to point out on mobile food carts, they don't pay property taxes. So that recoups some of the costs associated with the fact that they then are competing with businesses that are paying property taxes for fixed locations for restaurants or delis or that type of thing.
Okay. Any further? Oh, sorry, Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Brenton. I have a couple thoughts on this, but my main thought with the business licensing was I was contacted by a resident in Waterford who they didn't have a qualm with paying a fee, but what their issue was is that their particular fee, it was for a bed and breakfast, increased 800%. I have a hard time getting that through my mind that we took a fee and increased it by 800%. So that's where my issue is with the business licensing, is that we've got people, we did a 25% with the marinas, and, you know, all heck is breaking loose, and we've had an increase of 800% to the licensing of a bed and breakfast, and that's hardly made a ripple. So I would like that to be addressed.
Councillor Huffman. Sorry, do you want to?
Could you, Mr. Chair, if you'd like. So just to address that, I know that's a huge percentage, but if you look at the actual dollar amount, I think the fee went from $8 or $15 to $150 annually for those licensing fees. So that's where you're getting the 800% discrepancies. But the fees that were implemented on October 17th were more reflective of what our neighboring municipalities are charging for those same types of licenses. So yeah, that is a debate council could have on how quickly you move those to probably a more realistic number for those types of business enterprises, but that would be a decision of council.
Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I received a bunch of calls about this as well, and similar people saying the same thing, you know, about the 800% increase. But one of them, someone said something that really sort of stuck with me because I didn't know how to answer it, and so I guess I would ask it here. They said, you know, if you invite the public to enter your premise, shouldn't you then be required, if the public safety is the idea behind this, is point number one, I think, if you invite the public to darken your door, shouldn't you be required then to have a license? And we don't require that right now. It's only on certain things, you know, aesthetics, food, mobile food, certain peddlers, etc. So I didn't really know how to answer that. So I guess maybe I would ask the clerk or the CAO how I should answer that, because it does appear to me to be a bit putting one business classification or segment over the other.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so we try to endeavor to capture most of the businesses, and for home occupations, typically those are grouped into personal care type of venues, which are required to be licensed. Again, one of the benefits of having licenses is trying to keep tabs on who is operating businesses within the geographic boundaries of Norfolk County, and having some tools to enforce it if people don't get licenses. So again, it's a balancing act of trying to have an inventory of what's happening in the county, whether it's happening in the appropriate locations, whether it's meeting zoning provisions, and whether we're recouping any of the costs. So we do try and ensure that we capture them, but again, as economic development noted in their comments, enforcement is also an issue and a challenge sometimes.
Thanks. I guess I just sort of noticed that you know, in the list of where we're receiving revenue right now and the types of licenses, I feel like there's a bunch of different business categories that are not included here that we're making other people pay. And again, if the thought process is safety, then we should be looking at all of those businesses. And again, the fee then becomes a question, as Councillor Berry has noted. So I also wanted to ask, because one of the callers referenced situations, I want to say it may have been in the aesthetics industry, I don't recall, but those that are simply just operating out of their house, and how those people, they're only investigated when there is a complaint raised, whereas those that are actually legal and conforming and following the rules are inspected annually anyway. Is that true?
Through the chair, if businesses are licensed and there are requirements in public health or fire protection, then they're inspected, if we're aware of them. So again, we have to know of them, we have to license them, and then the inspections take place.
So if someone's just doing hair or nails out of their house,
they require a license, but
if
we
they
have
don't
to
have
enforce
one,
it. If they don't have one, then it's not going to meet the list of inspections that our staff do. So again, there's an enforcement, but you know, we capture what we can through the processes and the resources that we have available, but those would require inspections.
and you could argue that if they're just operating that way and not following the rules, that's putting the public at more risk.
Okay. Councillor Manarici.
The question is to the clerk, if a person has a business license, and then are they privileged to put the signage out? Like a person that's operating a business has a right to put a sign or their shingle out, is that correct?
I'm going to defer this to our general manager of planning and development, because that would be covered under our zoning regulations and our provisions there, what home occupation and what our signage is under our sign bylaw. So sorry, Mr. Sloan, to put you on the spot, but if you could add to that it is a cover or something covered under the zoning provisions.
Through the chair, yeah, we do have zoning provisions for home-based businesses and the types of home business or home occupation, but there is a separate sign bylaw for that. I don't recollect the specifics of exactly what the sign is for the home-based business, but yeah, usually bylaw deals with those matters, and sometimes permits are needed through building for signs, though.
Okay. All right, next I have Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess my question is maybe to Bill, maybe to Al, I'm not sure. Why don't the taxes that businesses already pay cover these costs? Because that's what the taxes that we collect from Norfolk County residents are for, is to cover the cost of services. So why, when the businesses are already paying 160% of their assessment, which is already higher than anybody else in Norfolk, residents pay 100%, farms pay 23%, let's say, of their assessments, why does that 160%, that already inflated number, not cover the services they receive from Norfolk County?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I think under the Municipal Act, there's few and limited opportunities for municipalities to collect for services that they provide outside of municipal taxes, and business licenses is one. And it's because of the items or the issues that we've identified within the report, public health, safety, those types of things. And it is to indemnify the municipality so that we have care and control of those facilities that the inspections are being taken done, and reduce our liability. So it's an extra service, and it would get into a whole debate on any type of the user fees that the municipality has. So whether that's user fees for recreation or user fee for garbage down the road or other user fees, there are tools that are available to municipalities to collect user fees to lessen the impact on the tax base. So the question is, as an individual that's operating a hair business out of their home establishment, and they're generating revenue from that, then why should the single elderly person that lives in one of the urban areas subsidize the inspection costs associated with making sure that that business is compliant with all the regulations and rules in place? So that's just, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm just saying that's the rationale for implementing and utilizing user fees.
Okay, thanks, Bill. So my follow-up then is, it sounds like we charge the licensing fee just because we're allowed to. You mentioned just a moment ago that there are other fees and we can debate them, and you said recreation. Well, I would say recreation fees are optional, so that's a fee. Businesses don't have the option. You mentioned garbage. You're right. Garbage is a service that we provide, and we don't charge people extra for it. That's what I'm getting at, is that their taxes cover the services they receive. So I wouldn't say that the single senior, to paint the sort of worst case, poor person subsidizing this business, they're not subsidizing it, because again, the businesses are already paying 160% of their assessment. So again, my question is then, what for that extra assessment do businesses receive? Why are we charging them that much? Maybe that one's for Al.
I can certainly take a stab at that through you, Mr. Chair. I think what we're saying is, as long as we have a business licensing program, the attempt is try to get a full cost recovery, whether we're charging the businesses or we're going to run the program and not charge a fee. That just means that it's going to be spread across the entirety of the levy, which means property taxes will go up to pay for this program. Should council decide, keep the program, no fee though. That's just the reality. It's a service that the county is endeavoring. There's a cost to that service. What we've articulated in the report is that there's the benefits to that service and to this program. And our recommendation, while not in the report, is that we continue on with the program. We can debate whether it gets billed to the businesses or gets billed to the taxpayers in general. I think the short answer to your question is that historically, over the last few years in Norfolk, this has been one of the revenue opportunities, and the direction from previous councils is that you're going to try to recoup some of that service through the business licensing program. Your examples of recreation or garbage, that determination has been made by previous councils and continues on, that's being paid through the general levy. If this program is something that council deems you don't want to bill the businesses for this service, then it just goes on the general levy, and the program, should council desire to continue it, it just gets charged on the levy. So the $100,000 in revenues, I don't remember what's in the report, $67,000 or $70,000 worth of revenues would no longer come in, and that would be a cost that would then be spread to the general levy.
Okay, so my final follow-up before I let this go is that it's 45,000 in revenue, but whichever. So for now, and it's said it could go up to 67. So you've mentioned it's a revenue opportunity. So again, it's just a tax on entrepreneurship in Norfolk County. And I still haven't got an answer to my original question, which is, if the business tax ratio there is 160% of their assessment, what are they getting for the difference? If it's that high, and there's still additional fees for being in business, and the taxes are that outstripping the other taxes that are being paid by other classes in Norfolk, why is the business, the commercial and the industrial, so high when there's no clear advantage to that extra tax that they're paying? If there's, again, additional fees for doing the things that they're already paying higher taxes to do.
Yeah, I think through you, Mr. Chair, I think you're getting to a fundamental question as to the levels of taxation. Some of the original principles of having a business pay additional proportion of taxes and pay some of these services is because they generate potentially additional costs. So you might have people driving to businesses that are wearing and tearing on roads. You might have some different things. I don't want to get into the debate with you as to the rationale for it, because I wasn't here when these tax ratios were set in Norfolk County Council historically, but there's rationale as to why certain classes of categories would pay more than others. And in this particular council, in this municipality, there's certain reasons I'm assuming that others pay less of a proportion of their taxes. But historically, the rationale is they are a for-profit business. They are generating some different things and some additional costs, and that gets recovered through their taxes. And when you're running a specific program that's dedicated to a specific business, then the opportunity is to get some cost recovery, and the only cost recovery mechanism over and above the property tax or business tax assessment is through this program of business licensing that generates a whole bunch of benefits, as was articulated in the report.
Okay, next I have Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These fees were passed in October 17th, 2024, several months ago. So I take it the bills went out because we've received calls? No?
No, through you, Mr. Chair. So we've paused any collection on the bills with the announcement of the notice of motion to consider eliminating them. So we didn't want to be in a position where we collected a bunch of fees and then had to go through a process of refunding everything.
Right.
So we're waiting until council makes an ultimate decision and provides staff direction before we send out the invoices.
Okay, that was my concern. So why did we start receiving phone calls from business owners then if nothing went out in the mail to them?
They did go out.
Oh.
And that's what generated the calls. That's what generated the council discussion. We paused collections until the decision's made.
Okay, good. And you've worked in other municipalities, Mr. Clerk. Is there any municipality that doesn't charge any fees whatsoever that you're aware of?
Well, that's a pretty broad statement through you, Mr. Chair, but based on the information we gathered from our neighbors and my experience, most municipalities utilize business licensing in one form or another to recoup some of the costs and remove that burden from the tax levy.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have Councillor Van Rishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. At the end of the day, if we have an event, such as, I'll take for example, Friday the 13th, and we have extra costs, I need to confirm that, extra costs for policing, do the businesses in Port Dover pick that up?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't believe there are extra costs associated to us. There are extra costs for us in dealing with ensuring that the vendors comply with the bylaws, that they're located on private property, that they meet all the requirements and they pay the licensing fee. And we are very busy that day with bylaw enforcement staff working with OPP and our clerk's licensing team to make sure people are in compliance.
So it's under that. So they obviously get a benefit with that as well, so the safety factor is there. Personally, I'd like to see us keep the licensing fee. The reasoning is that I would like everybody to stay on a level playing field in our area and our neighboring communities, so I can't see taking it away, and it's hard to go back out there to the taxpayer and ask them to cover another 67 or 70,000, whatever you anticipate it to be in the future. It has been. I've paid it myself in many of my businesses, so I'm hard pressed to take it away. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. I was just listening to Councillor Van Rishi, and she said 60 to 70,000. So do we have an exact amount as to what our business licenses bring in per year? And what, I'm still really hard pressed that I don't really feel like Councillor Veary got an answer. It's 160%. So there's 60% that to me would be covering the extra expenses that would be incurred, and then there would be money left over. So I still don't feel like he got an answer to his question. And my question is, how much do our licenses actually bring in?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start, and then when I mess it totally up, I'll turn it over to our treasurer to clarify and clean up, but not throw me under the bus. So within the report, currently in 2024, we collected about $45,000. It's estimated that with the fees that council approved in October, that would go up to approximately $67,000. As to the assessment ratios, those are established by the province and MPAC. And it's not unique to Norfolk County that commercial properties, industrial properties pay a higher ratio to residential. And that's so it lessens the burden on the residential taxpayer. So that has been around in municipal property assessment for the 35 years that I've been involved with. So that's not unique to us. And again, those ratios vary slightly from municipality to municipality, but if you look at any of the comparators on the chart, the ratios for commercial, industrial, in all of those comparables will be higher than what their residential ratio is. So I'll turn it over to the treasurer to clean that up.
Through the chair to council, thank you, and to the clerk, well done. That's pretty much what I was going to say. So the tax ratios in Norfolk County were established a number of years ago, and largely they've remained unchanged. So our commercial, industrial, and multi-residential ratios currently sit at 1.6929. So what that means is that the assessments for those properties are multiplied by that ratio and then go according to whatever tax class they're in, charged by the rates, and that's how we arrive at their taxation. And our clerk is correct that across the province, I think every comparator we've looked at is above or very close to above the range of fairness, and a great number of them are above Norfolk County's ratio. But there are a number of things that go into determining the amount of tax that those in commercial, industrial, or multi-residential properties pay. So it's not just the ratio, it's also their assessed value and a number of other things. But the idea was, when those were originally set, was to maintain the level of burden at roughly the same rate between the classes. And so that's why they were established high when the province did their tax reform a number of years ago. And they've just remained at that level ever since. And the municipality does have the option to adjust, but you can only get closer to the range of fairness, not further away. And so I think originally, a number of years ago, it was to maintain roughly the amount of tax burden that is being borne by those classes. And I think that's intent is to reflect the services or additional services that it was believed that they were receiving at the time. So, you know, a business maybe puts out more garbage or generates more traffic on the roads or, you know, uses more of other things. I think that was the original view in the late 90s, I want to say. My year could be off, but that's general terms how the ratios go. And so if that helps to clarify it all, why we've kind of landed where we have.
Any further questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Van Passen, I did have you on the list here, sorry.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Range of fairnesses are set by the province, and we're above the range of fairness, and that's why we haven't touched it, because if we ever touch it, we can only go down, right? And ranges of fairness are in there because politicians are not stupid. Businesses don't get to vote for you and re-elect you. So you try to subsidize the residential rate as much as possible. That's why you stick it to the businesses in the industrial sector, because they can't vote, right? But I do have a question. I understand this concept of what do they get for their extra 60%. And I wonder whether it might take a revamp of our entire system of, why don't we set up a system of business registration? $25, you register that you have a brick and mortar business in Norfolk County. We now know that you exist. That'll keep ECDEV people happy. We will know where you exist so we can see whether you're actually following the bylaws. And we charge a nominal fee of like $25 or something just to register that you exist. And that's for the resident businesses who have bricks and mortar in Norfolk County. I can understand the difference between that and the peddler who's going to be the door-to-door salesman for a couple of months, or the chip wagon that only shows up for Norfolk County Fair or only shows up for Friday the 13th. They don't pay property taxes here. They're not residents here. So yes, they should pay something, but the regular business, just register them. And there are some that need inspections, but on their annual registration, they could self-assess. You say, like, you have your permanent chip wagon down in Turkey Point. Well, the TSSA is going to inspect that every year. You just got to ask whether that's been done. They got to pay for that themselves. Has the health unit inspected it? Yes, it's been done. Okay, but you got to pay the health unit for that. Has the fire department checked it? Yes, they have. Okay, you pay the fire department, which is still Norfolk County, but it's specific to the fire code. But like that whole concept would take a year to figure it out, adjust, and to get there. But I think that'd be a simpler system, a more fair system, and a better system that we don't just collect money because we can. I don't know if the clerk has any comments on that concept, or whether I just, shut up and get out of here before it gets too dark outside.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the comment the clerk would have is this is entirely up to council.
Okay. Yeah, we're the politicians. You're supposed to, not tap dance. You're supposed to give answers.
Councillor Berry.
Well, I'm wondering if it would be, if we're technically allowed, this is a question for the clerk, going just off of what Councillor Van Pasten just said about having a $25 registration fee, or is that what you call it, a registration fee? I wonder if there's a way we could, now he's got me thinking, if we could make this a little bit better to our communities, where maybe that's a $25 fee that we charge unless they're a member of their chamber or their board of trade or their BIA. And the reason I say that is maybe we can encourage more membership in those community groups that do so many good things, and say, hey, you can pay us $25 or you can join your thing and it's covered. Is that allowed? I'm not saying we have to do that. I'm wondering, is it allowed?
No.
It's not allowed. Okay, no, that's fine. That's all I wanted to get at. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, I want to make a quick comment here, or ask a question really about, I was looking at the list there, and I guess I wanted to, let's take the personal watercraft or the taxi cab licensing. Are we saying when we give them a license that we've inspected them and that they have adequate insurance? Do we go all through that exercise, inspect their vehicle to make sure that, I don't know, they got seat belts in there for their customers, or the watercraft, like all those questions about, are we, when we say, here's your business license, have we said, we've looked at it, it's proper, everything's proper, so if you rent one of these vehicles or take a taxi and get hurt, are we responsible? Or do we make sure they have insurance that covers us? I don't know how that works. Can somebody answer that? I guess Bill, maybe?
Sure. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, within the provisions of the bylaws, and taxi is a separate bylaw, so there are requirements within that to ensure that vehicles have safety inspections regularly. We review driver's license. They have to submit their, I'm drawing a blank for the abstracts for the drivers, those types of things. So that's all regulated. The watercraft, same thing. Insurance requirements are in place. They have to be properly located, those types of things. So they're usually spelled out within either the licensing bylaw or specific bylaws regulating that activity.
Okay. Thank you. Just another comment, Councillor Very, for you. And in the past, I've been asked this question many times over the years. And when you look at the downtown merchants, and I can't speak for all the places we issue business licenses to, but we used to tell the downtown merchants we picked up garbage on a regular basis, and even if there was a problem with garbage, street lights, or more street lights in the downtown that we provided, parking lots off-site and on the street for the businesses. We used to sweep the streets daily, and we would remove snow on a regular basis. Those were extra things that at least we used to provide for the merchants in downtown. And there may be others, I can't remember everything, but we thought that was somewhat of a justification for the higher tax rate. Anyways. All right, any further questions? Seeing none, we have a motion here, I guess, and let me get onto the right page here again. That Council, Norfolk County received report CAO-25007 for information, and that Council provide direction to staff on the future of the business licensing program. That's the motion. Do I have a mover?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion. So can we separate that, please? That we just receive it for information?
Separate?
And then I'd like to make a motion.
So you want to
after
remove
that.
the first part first?
Well, I just want to receive it for information, and then
Okay, that's the first part of the motion.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, moved by Councillor Very, seconded by Councillor Van Rishi, that Council of Norfolk County receive report CAO 25007 for information. All those in favor? That is carried.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion then, Chair, if you don't mind, while I still have the floor. With Councillor Van Passen's suggestion about the business registry, I'm wondering if we could just send that back to staff and get an update on what that would look like as far as implementation and revenue, and if that's a more equitable way to do this. So rather than having some businesses pay nothing and have some businesses paying hundreds and in some cases close to thousands of dollars, if we look at a more even way to just cover some of these costs. So that would be my motion, that we send this back to staff for another suggestion on the registry.
Okay. I'll give the clerk a minute and we'll read that motion back, okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Now you're moving that?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a seconder on that? Councillor Van Passen.
So the motion, as I understand it, Mr. Chair, is that the report is referred back to staff to draft a subsequent report on the implementation of a wide-scale business registry system for Norfolk County.
Yes, sir.
Okay, everybody heard the motion? Sorry, Councillor Columbus?
Yes, the former motion that we had was taking effect January 1st, 2025, so I take it everything's on hold till we get that report, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, unless directed otherwise by council, staff don't really have an appetite to sending out invoices only to cancel them and then issue refunds. So the idea would be, until council makes a final determination, do we just pause the collection of licensing for 2025?
Yeah, I'm aware of all that when I put my motion on. That's what I'm anticipating, is that we don't bill everybody and then change our mind. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, you've heard the motion. I moved by Councillor Very, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's carried. Thank you. Opposed? I know. Okay, if we can deal with a couple of quick items here, the no motions, and there's no notices of motion. Is there any other business before council here? Anybody have any other business they'd like to bring forward? Seeing none. Any announcements? No announcements. That's good. Okay. We have a late closed session, and we're going to have lunch first, but dinner. All right. We'll pass a motion to go into camera here, if that's all right. Okay. We have 2 late closed session items for today: pending litigation, a verbal report from the CAO, 2 of them. And can I have a mover for the following motion? That council enter into closed session at 5:21 p.m. to discuss items both pursuant to Section 239(2)(e) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended as the subject matter pertains. E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Second, okay. I need a motion. Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay. Yeah. What are you doing there, Amy? Writing in this one?
or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, "Through the mayor." If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, "Through the chair." Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying "through the mayor" or "through the chair" to councilor and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations welcoming about 27,000 customers every year and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our respect and responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment, and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1. The change is minor. 2. The development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3. The change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4. The change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation / Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing / Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center.
Okay, we're ready to go here. Can I have a motion to reconvene in open session at 6:02? Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Duthie. All those in favor? That's carried. And I'll ask the clerk to read the motions from in camera.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So council discussed two items concerning potential litigation and ongoing litigation in closed session. We would need a motion to provide for that the committee and council provide a direction to staff.
Moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Mayor Martin. All those in favor? That is carried.
So I think we're on to adjournment now.
That's it? Nothing on the second one? Okay.
Oh, that included both, sorry.
Okay, all right. All right, a motion to adjourn by Councillor Huffman at 6:03. Seconded by Councillor Berry. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And we were doing fine for a while there, but things changed.
Mike off, please.